Ready to go? Good evening, everyone. I'm going to call this drainage meeting to order. The purpose of the meeting tonight is for council to adopt or reject the engineer's report, or to direct the engineer to make changes related to errors, omissions, design, or scope of work. Any questions or comments, or concerns I should say, regarding individual assessments will not be considered or addressed this evening and should be directed to the Court of Revision on October 7th. Our last meeting we talked about the Court of Revision. We were initially anticipating that would be the end of September, but it has been set for October 7th. So that's where you'll go to talk to the members of the Court of Revision with regards to your individual assessments. You can ask questions with regards to the entire cost of the work, but your individual assessments, we're not here to discuss that this evening. This is the procedures of the Drainage Act that we must follow, so that's why things are going in order that they are, the way the meetings are set up. If you have questions with regards to the Court of Revision, which is October 7th, we ask that you direct those questions to Alana Vanderveen, the city's drainage superintendent. We also have an addendum to include 16 additional delegations this evening. So if I could have the agenda adopted with the addendum, if Councillors Bodner and Elliott can move that. Questions with regards to the agenda? All in favor? That's carried. Are there any disclosures of interest? Okay. So Alana, take it away. Thank you.
Good evening, Council and residents. Thank you for coming out to the meeting to consider the engineer's report. Mr. Marsh was appointed in 2019, late 2019, to review some of the concerns that we have heard over the last number of years within the watershed. Also to come up with a couple of different ideas of what we can do to help with the flooding incidences that happen within the drainage watershed. So as the Mayor has said, we are here to listen to the overall concern, not necessarily the individual assessment of each parcel. So to that, I will let Mr. Marsh, I'll invite him up to do his presentation. So his presentation will go through the details and whatnot of his report. And if we have any questions after his presentation, council will get to ask their questions first, and then residents will, the delegations will happen at that point. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Excellent. All righty. Mr. Marsh.
Thanks, Alana. So briefly, we've had 2 public meetings about the drain already, and so there are a couple of slides that were presented previously. I'm going to give an overview. There's a little bit of drainage history that I'll talk about, and some of the watershed modeling that was done, but most of the focus is going to be in talking about what's in the report and why it's in the report, and if there are things that aren't in the report and why they're not in the report. So this is a slide about the history. Along the top are some milestones related to the province, and I'll just draw your attention to the very first instance of the Fences and Watercourses Act. Dates back to 1835. That's really the start of drainage in Ontario. And there's a couple here. The first report on this drain is 1888. 1929 is the introduction of the West Branch. There's a significant report prepared in 1977 by R.V. Anderson. And the most recent report was in 2000, where the remainder of the open portion south of Vimy Ridge was closed with an aluminum steel pipe that matched the later portion of concrete pipe. But it was really just some proposed works on the outlet. But there was obviously a Court of Revision and a drainage tribunal hearing where some of the watershed was set in and some watershed residents were set out. There was also an engineer's report in 1986. It wasn't done through the Drainage Act. We couldn't find any evidence of it being presented in a drainage hearing. And it was for a new outlet on Pinecrest. And so there were plans that were there, but there was no report. Nothing seemed to go forward with it, but there was investigations previous to ours. We prepared a baseline report, and this really was a report that stated what problems we had found or were talked about within the watershed. One of the most obvious things there is that the brown line is the original design. And the blue line is what was found by a survey completed by surveyors 2021. Because of the pandemic, they had to ride in separate cars to arrive. I just remember that, so I know it's back during the pandemic that it was collected. But you can see that the current survey, it's lower through the park. The park is kind of this low spot here, right where Joint goes over to Pinecrest Road. And when it lowers, it gets slower, and so that creates a bit of a challenge in terms of moving water out the outlet. It's quite a low slope drain. 0.1 is kind of like our minimum for a drain to flow to an outlet. A lot of Port Colborne will be in the 0.2 or 0.18, which is still slow, but it's better than 0.1. This is what it's composed and what it looks like. It's not a very big area, it's not a very big watershed, but there are several branches, and so that makes it a little bit more complicated than some other drains. This is briefly a description of how it functions north to south. And so in here I'm showing the main branch in black. E1 is in yellow with the little circles, and the west branch is in blue. And I'm showing those three pieces. They're about the same length. West branch is a little bit shorter. But the two that go to the north towards the Friendship Trail, they have almost 2.8 meters of fall. And then the west branch, about the same length, has 0.6 meters of fall. And so West Branch is a very flat drain. It's a challenge. This is showing the provincially designated wetlands that are within the watershed. They are in the upper area. They're north of the Friendship Trail. There's a part at the very end of E1. It's through much of the park and part of the Boy Scout camp. And there's a portion on the east side of Pinecrest along the West Branch. Oh, that's one other thing is, when we first started this, and when we look at there's a website you go to look at, and it tells you what the DFO thinks of the drain as a source for fisheries. And when we started this, they were all F, which means intermittent, not a great place for fisheries. But I checked it in advance of this meeting, and for some reason, they've identified the West Branch as being permanent flow, spring-sensitive fish species. And so when that work goes ahead, it means we'll have to talk to the DFO to get a permit to do work within that and prove that we're protecting the fish. I don't know why. Lana and I have talked about maybe asking them if they got that right. So these are some of the things that were identified in the baseline report. Culverts were inspected. Some of them were identified with structural defects. They're included in here to be replaced. The outlet is controlled by a winch, and someone has to stand on the very top of it, almost in the lake, in order to operate it, raise and lower. It doesn't completely seal against the existing concrete face, and it will adjust to flow, but it's a big, heavy gate. There was a petition-based improvement requested, but it was removed. And some opportunities for improvement. There's a plan from the West Branch, I think in 77, and it in there identified rock as a hump in the middle of the drain, and they had brought clay in at the back in order to try to make that flow better. In the survey, that doesn't look like it worked. The couple of pictures here, 1955, there is an outlet that's visible on the beach. 1965, you can see the piping there. And the purpose of this slide is that at some point after 1965, a pump was put in. This pipe that goes to the top of the outlet there, we're not sure when that was put in. It wasn't put in under a drainage report. We know from staff that were around at that time, it was a pump that was bought secondhand. It wasn't one that was picked because it fit the design criteria. It was one that was available and put in place. And so the pumping part of it is at the very top of this screen. It's a small little manhole. There's a pipe that goes into the concrete pipe, and so it draws from the concrete pipe and discharges through the 8-inch steel pipe to the outlet. This is the outlet in profile view, and on the your right as well as mine, it's the inlet grate at Vimy Ridge Road, and our survey top of Vimy Ridge Road over top of that inlet grate is 176.78. And I point that 176.78 out because in the report issued by the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority, they show the 1 in 100-year flood line at 176.8. It's a predicted, predicted, calculated model result, but it pretty much matches Vimy Ridge Road, 1 in 100 year. Above that is a 177.1 floodproof line. We use this in other places and other drains to say all electrical equipment has to be above the floodproof line. We like it if staff aren't operating things that are below the floodproof line as well, but in this case, the winch is right on top of this outlet. The steel flap gate is at the end of the pipe, but then there's still a portion of the outlet that goes out into the lake, and it has a steel folding grate that covers it. So one of the challenges that poses is that we'd like to know exactly what that outlet elevation is, but our survey equipment depends on line of sight to global positioning satellites, as well as a radio beacon that's coming from City Hall here. And when you're inside that concrete thing with the receiver, you're not getting any signals. So we've had to do some estimating, survey outside where we can get a signal and backtrack it into the pipe to figure out this derived invert of 172.28. That's really controlling what we can do throughout the drain. We can't make this deeper, and so we can't make the rest of the drain deeper. And we need to have a positive flow from this point for the entire drain to flow out to the lake. The gate does close, and when it closes, it does protect the drain from the lake filling it backwards. So it does prove an important function for the drain to be effective. The watershed report models the flows within the drain. And our stated design objective, what we would like everything to work to, is 68.9 millimeters in a 24-hour period. Statistically, looking at the past, that's a 1 in 5 year storm. We set up a storm that's composed of this Soil Conservation Service Type 2 24-hour storm. It's just the shape of the rain. These other in here are one-day storms, and just to give you an idea, the one in 91 was a 2-hour storm and it had 64 millimeters. And so that's a bigger storm than our design storm because it's in 2 hours. Even though it's less rain, it's in 2 hours. So it's faster than we're prepared to handle. And then this one here was a 12-hour storm and it was 105 millimeters. And so there's two in the past that are larger than our design objective. This is the one from July 17th, 2021. This one on the left is the rain gauges recording every 5 minutes how much rain goes through the rain gauge. That's a relatively sophisticated rain gauge. It's a tipping bucket, so you get to know how fast the rain is coming. And this one peak here is almost 5 millimeters per minute, which is a very intense storm. And the total was over 14.4 hours, 102 millimeters. That's bigger than what we would expect our design to meet. This is our design target here on the 24-hour chart. These are called intensity, duration, frequency charts. The Canada's Ministry of the Environment publishes these. This is where that storm would be if it was a 24-hour. It's in 14, so it's kind of between this one, which is the 12-hour storm. That blue dot is where it would show, and it's roughly a 50-year return period. On the 6-hour, this is our design. Down here at the bottom, it'd be about 50 millimeters, and our design would be a 25-year return period. And it's just, we do these calculations based on how fast the rain is getting to the drain. This is what the model looks like. You know, it's just, there's a computer screen that I deal with. This is the logical model that tells you how it's organized. And this is what I see for a result. It shows me where the water level's predicted to be within the main pipe. And this last little bit here, that's really kind of the dunes and Vimy Ridge and where it goes out to the lake. And what I'll draw attention here is this is the park is kind of full in behind this, but it's still flowing out to the lake at about 2 feet deep in the pipe, or 1.5 feet. And it's just that the water can't get out that pipe fast enough for how fast it gets into the park. And that's the computer model kind of telling us what all of us already know from watching it, but at least it's agreeing from what we're observing. The other analysis that we do is these red lines, if you can see them in here, we take the surveyor's result and we figure out how much capacity is in the drain at that individual spot. And this is kind of what we see from the surveyors. There's a low spot in the drain. They tell you how much water is standing in the drain on the day of the survey. And we kind of calculate where the top of the drain would be when it's completely full. Sometimes it's not always a clear cut, here's the bank and there's the rest of the park. Sometimes where that bank is gets a little fuzzy. We looked at a number of options. All these red lines are options that we looked at of ways to improve the way the drain works. Some of these are new drains, new pathways to get water down. And these two at the very bottom are additional outlets to get out to the lake. The existing one is a constraint for how fast water can get out to the lake, so we looked at if we can do a better out to the lake. This wouldn't replace the one that's there. They'd be a little bit higher, and they would be to take high storm events out to the lake. And they would work, but they were going to be really expensive. And so we didn't go forward with those. Even the Pinecrest one, it works, but it's a very expensive thing to do. It would basically reverse a portion of the west branch and take it out to the lake, but it's not really a good option to redirect the rest of the Oil Mill Creek in there. You're just removing the upper portion of the west branch and taking it out to the lake. We did advance this proposed A as a viable option, and then we met on site with Mr. Lauer. Yes, no? Oh, Van de Vaart, Mr. Van de Vaart, who's the farmer where that proposed line would be. And he said, there's a rock outcrop halfway along there, it won't work. And so we went out and surveyed where the rock was, and he's farmed that 50 years. He was exactly right. The rock outcrop would have made, we could still make it work, but we'd be getting rid of rock in order to find that new channel. And we deemed that not financially viable. So the improvements that we did include, And I put this slide in because there's two ways of looking at improvements, and in engineering, we're kind of segregating these into two possible pathways. We talk about the gray infrastructure pathway, and that's more pipes, more pumping, more physical infrastructure that's used to move water out of A to somewhere else. And then there's a natural or a green infrastructure that we're promoting, and it's recognizing that if we leave space for the river and we don't build houses right up against it, then we recognize the river as having a space that it's going to take whether we want it to be there or not. It comes from the Netherlands, and they call it room for the river. Incorporating wetlands, recognizing that if we can make this system slower and not so fast, it's better for the environment, and it reduces the peaks that we have to convey to the lake. It reduces the size of everything that we have to get to the lake. Where we add additional wetlands, it's storage. There's this whole thing about sustainable stormwater control. It's about rain gardens in rights of way, ponds in people's backyards, rain barrels. And while all of those are small things, if everybody does it in the watershed, it adds up and it's a benefit to the drain function. And then naturalizing some of the channel. I think I've got it. So these are the 6 dots where we're proposing improvements. We're doing some improvements on the gate to try to make it function better. We have a grade improvement proposed on the West Branch. The culvert at the Friendship Trail is undersized, and so we're replacing it with one that is the proper size because it reports flooding in behind it for the water that comes west, north of the Friendship Trail. E1 branch, we're changing the 1977 grade line and making it lower just outside the wetland so that it's lower into the subdivision and it functions better overall. It doesn't make it faster through the wetland, but it does make it faster coming out of the middle part of the watershed. We have an improvement proposed for E3, which is, there's a submerged culvert in E3, and we're proposing that get fixed. And then there's, in the park, there's a proposed wetland feature, and I'll talk more about that with a specific slide. On the control gate, one of the challenges is it's a steel gate, it's heavy. And so the only way for the water to push it open on its own is if there's a lot of water behind it. And so we're proposing, instead of replacing the gate, which would be significant cost, and there was a gentleman here in the public meeting, he had a really good idea to put a counterbalance on it, and we did look at that, but because it's inside that concrete structure, a counterbalance on it that wouldn't be influenced by wave action or other outside things, shove ice, it became very difficult. And so our solution is a small improvement, but it's a black flap gate with stainless steel reinforcement along the edge. So the gate can push an opening open and the water can flow out without someone being on the crank all the time to get water to move. I'd like if it was doing more, but more would be more costly. The other one is relocating the winch instead of on top of that concrete box back to the shoreline. These are the rough channel improvements. The surveyed lines are the ones with an X, and then the proposed design grade lines are the dot dash that goes through there. At the very top of the main branch, the green shows that we're shaving a little bit off. But what I wanted to point out was that the lower part through the park is all still below 0.1. We couldn't get back to the original. The original through the park at the bottom end was 0.01% back to 1977. And so we're making this a little bit better, but there's not really a way for us to make a dramatic improvement here. This is the West Branch, and this pink is where we're proposing to remove rock so that the West Branch flows better. All the channel is specified as a trapezoid with a bottom width. but we wouldn't do that through the rock. The rock is just to create a low flow point so that water doesn't pond behind these rock outcrops. And then once it's down to the lower part, it goes at its slow rate to the rest of the drain. In doing this, there's 2 culverts down here being replaced for structural reasons, and there's a few culverts in here that are being replaced because A, they were too small, and B, they weren't on the new grade once the drain gets lowered. So we have to move those culverts regardless. We're proposing a riffle and pool just at the culverts in the park. And it's really just to establish after that there's positive flow to the outlet. Right now, the bottom of those culverts is the same elevation as the lip across Vimy Ridge Road. And so we're artificially creating a grade line there without putting any dirt back in the channel so that there's positive flow to that inlet at Vimy Ridge Road. This slide shows the bottom of the drain. And what I've done is the data we're working with is from region of Niagara. And in this, it's called orthophotography. They fly a plane and they give a digital product. It's pictures and it's vectors, but there's a dot every 10 meters. And the dot has an elevation. And so the light blue dots are where the water is, if I can remember this right. I don't have that here. It's where the water's about 0.35 deep from where the flooding would be on an average 1 in 5 year storm. And then the dark blue dots are where it's more than a half a meter deep. And so you can see it lines up with the wetland. The wetland is an outline in there in this dashed area. That's the wetland. And so they're pretty consistent with where the wetland goes. Some of them aren't. Some of them are outside wetland boundaries. And then the elevation that's marked out there is 176. So we're proposing that this wetland would go north of the existing channel. It's within the existing park, north of the tennis courts. And what this does is, without this, when we ran the model in the very first analysis, it shows that the water that comes out of the upper part pushes backwards on the west branch. The west branch is so slow, the water from up above goes backwards in the west branch and then meets the water coming out of the west branch and switches, and everything gets plugged up in the park and makes its way out to the lake. But the wetland is to give the water somewhere to go instead of going in the west branch. For every storm that's bigger than an average storm, it helps because it provides storage in this and it gives a place for the water to go. But it's not perfect in that, in this case, we like our wetlands or our stormwater control ponds where it's water in and water out. We have better options for controlling that, and we would have had this if we had come straight down from the north with option D, but it didn't work because of the rock. So instead we have this weir that controls water in and controls water out. And so it's a concrete rectangular weir with a V-notch weir made out of steel, and the steel gets put in a notch. And the reason for that is that we can change the V-notch in the steel relatively easily if we want to adjust how the pond's going to work. But the part that I don't like and I wish we could control better, but it is to have water go in easily and be controlled slowly coming out. That would have involved a more complicated water control feature here. So we're going about this with a simple approach first, with the idea if we want to control it in a better way in the future, we could consider that. This is what the hydrograph looks like. It's what the computer is telling me, and it's looking at 3 points in the analysis of the pond. And this OW7 is upstream of the wetland. It's kind of right after the turn off Pinecrest Road across the Boy Scout camp, where it's coming across. The West Branch is the low one. And E1 is the one that's coming out here. It's the one with the brown line. And what I want to show is just that these hydrographs are quite peaky. They're fairly sharp, except the West Branch, which we've talked about how slow it is. That hydrograph does look slow because it reaches a peak and then it just kind of sits there, and the tail is very stretched out. Whereas these ones have tails that drop relatively quick. And this is in our engineering classes from 1980, this is what they would describe as a peaky runoff. This is what it looks like with the wetland. And the bottom one there looks funny because it's running backwards. That's why it looks funny like this. But you can see what it's doing after the wetland is it's knocking that peak off and lowering the peak that's trying to get out the lake. But it runs for a longer time. That water doesn't go away anywhere. It still stays in the system, but it runs for a longer time trying to get out to the lake. But by adding that storage, we've knocked off the peak that's coming down from the main drain and from E1. Has nothing to do with E3 and E2 because that's after the wetland. So this is our table of what the costs are. And so we have engineering costs. They were reduced because the petition was withdrawn. So all of the work that we had done there, we took out. So the city's covering that, and it's not in this report. There's an interim financing allowance that's charged and applicable taxes. It's basically GST. There's no previous construction work that's being assessed, and there's no allowances. This drain has been around for a long time, and so there aren't any given allowances. If we were taking new land, we would pay an allowance. Or if we were damaging somebody's farm, we would pay an allowance. But it's presumed that all of that was arranged in the past. These are the proposed, or the cost estimate for the individual parts. For example, the West Branch is $69,000, which is basically the rock removal plus all the culverts. All of that is charged out to only those residents in the West Branch catchment, the West Branch watershed. So these costs are split up by depending on which part of the Oil Mill Creek you live on. The part that's on the outlet, everybody pays for because everybody is upstream of that. And the last part is, normally the city would be entitled to a Section 29 allowance for the land that's taken for the wetland. And that would be paid at an agricultural rate, and I just did an estimate of it of $18,600. They waived that in part because the wetland will be a feature of the park. It'll be used as a park feature. So these are just a couple of principles that are used under the Drainage Act for assessment. Not every engineer uses the same land value. Some of them will get the values from MPAC and use those. I just use a straight agricultural cost, which is if you wanted to buy that land for a farm, this is what it would cost. Everybody gets that same rate. If you're in a more expensive house, you don't get paid more. You get paid the same as everybody else. Land taken for drainage is Section 29 is usually the top width where the drain is being positioned. Where there's an adjacent zone that's used for maintenance, that's paid for an assessment. And damages within that zone are paid. And again, like those allowances under the Act, we have zero for all of those things in this project. Where we incorporate a previous drain that someone may have constructed on their property, it's becoming a municipal drain, we pay them for that cost. We don't have any of that on this one. What we do have is a way to assess the costs. Section 22 is used where the drain makes a farm more productive. or it makes a person's property more valuable. We don't have any assessments in the Oil Mill Creek where that's occurring. That's all zero. The drain is not being improved that dramatically that there's a way for me to figure out a cost benefit that someone's realizing for that. Section 23 is called outlet liability, outlet benefit. Outlet liability means everybody's water that comes off from their property has to get out to the lake, and everybody shares in that cost of getting it out to the lake proportional to the amount of water that comes off their land. I have a slide explaining that a little bit more in a minute. There's a special benefit. Someone who has a culvert that crosses the drain gets that either paid. If it's a municipality, they usually pay the whole culvert, or it's split half and half. Or if someone has a culvert at the very beginning of the drain, it's usually not a very big diameter pipe. But if they're at the very end of the drain, it's usually a very large pipe. And so as the engineer, I can vary the ratio instead of 50-50 to something else that reflects that proportionate share of cost. And then roads and utilities, in here I have an assessment to Niagara Broadband Networks, because the new culvert crossing the Friendship Trail, they have a fiber on the one side. Previously they had put it right through the old culvert and then relocated it, but they're responsible for their own costs. In this case, during construction, it'll have to be protected. Whatever those costs, it's assigned to Network Niagara. This is the Section 23 assessment, and I'm showing a typical channel with a certain amount of water in it. And the little gray boxes are really meant to represent each person's contribution. And it's based on how much of that capacity they're using up. And I have 3 properties here. The first one's 25 hectares. It's clay soil and it's a farm. It's a farm, so the C factor is 30. Property 22 is an unused, or sorry, property 3 is an unused farm. And I'm still using the same C for this, and that's because in the Drainage Act, someone could buy that farm next year and start farming it. And so in our assessments, we're taught to not reflect, this year, if somebody plants hay versus soybeans, it changes the runoff, but those temporal variations are too hard for us to work into the assessment. So a farm is a farm. If you're not using it, it's still classified as a farm and it still will likely get a C factor. There are places where we can make adjustments. There was a different assessment, and most of the property was covered with industrial buildings. And so I think their C factor was 80. And it's just because everything was a hard surface everywhere you looked on their property. And so residential, it's much smaller, like a 1/100th of the size of the farm one. And the C is 25, reflecting that there's a mix of roof and grass. And it's just trying to balance the shared amount of runoff that everybody's contributing. It's not exactly what each individual is contributing, but a comparison. So all the residential houses are 25. So in the assessment, we have special benefit assessments, largely culverts, on the 50-50 basis of $54,600. We have a road benefit liability. This includes Port Colborne's cost for culverts, plus the Network Niagara broadband fiber protection. It's $11,500. But the most of the cost of this project is being assessed on a liability basis to everyone within the watershed. And so it's going out based on the size of your property and the type of use that it's being used. I have a closer version of this, so I know you can't read it, but it gets bigger in a minute. This is the second page of the process, and it's starting at the clerk sending out the notice for the meeting to consider. And this is where we are, is in this gray box. The next step is the court of revision, which is a part of the appeals process, and there's the tribunal process as another form of appeal. And then lastly is the adoption and proceeding to construction. This is really, at the end of this meeting, where we would end up here, which is council provisionally adopts the report. That kicks off the first appeal, which is the Court of Revision appeal. Following that, there are 3 types of tribunal appeals that can occur. It's only one tribunal meeting to hear those appeals, but you can file under these 3 options. The option here where it identifies the referee, it's an appeal that the process wasn't followed properly. It's not technically about what the engineer said, but it's saying that something about the way this was administered through the Drainage Act was done improperly. The referee hears those. They're a judge appointed by the province. I'm showing this as a proceeding, but there are 2 other options that council can take. Council can find, based on other presentations, that they would like the engineer to modify the report, and they can send it back for a new version to be brought forward and considered. Council can set aside the report completely, or they can provisionally adopt it and move forward as we're showing here. So these are the next steps. 20 to 30 day period of appeal for the Court of Revision and a 40-day appeal for the tribunal. If you're going to file an appeal, you have that amount of time to get your notices in to the clerk. And that's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention and ringtones.
Thanks, Paul. And before I go to delegations, if council has any questions with regards to Mr. Marsh's report today. Councilor Bruno?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Marsh. You showed, that 1 to 2 year, 1 to 5 year storm, and we all know we're having lots of storms. And I find it, probably upsetting if you live in that area, that this doesn't mean if you're flooding, you're not going to, that if we do all this, you're not necessarily going to flood. Because in today's world, with climate change and rains and unusual events, I'm sure those are happening more often. My question is, when you do all these improvements, and in particularly the park and holding provisions, those numbers you used in the 1 every 2 year and 1 every 5 years, am I correct in assuming they change? So if you improve this, does the 1 in 5 year storm potentially become a 1 in 10 year storm because you've managed the water better?
The answer is no. And the answer is no because these storms are an input to our management of the water that comes from those storms. And so it doesn't matter what we do either in the drain or in the computer model, we're going to get a storm that looks like that, right? And you're correct, though. When I talk about this and I say these are statistics in the past, that's why I've stuck to saying 68 millimeters in 24 hours. And I don't like saying 1 in 5 because we're not sure exactly in the future if it's going to still be 1 in 5. It could be a 1 in 5 for the 1 in 5, but the old 1 in 100 might be now a 1 in 25. We don't even know if it will change depending on the size of the storm. So we might get bigger storms more often and our regular storms at the same old rate that we always got. We do have information about climate models, and they tell us some of these things. It gets very complicated very fast. And so in this design, I'm saying this works for that storm, 68.9 millimeters in 24 hours. That's historically a 1 in 5 year storm. We choose that because that 1 in 5 target is the same as what it is in the city, mostly. Some places might be 1 in 2, some places might be 1 in 10. It varies region to region, city to city. But the idea is a lot of agricultural drains are done to a 1 in 2 year storm. In this case, because the watershed is maybe it used to be agriculture, it's not agricultural anymore, but it's reasonable to expect that the design function to 1 in 5 year level. It doesn't have to be.
Thanks, Councilor. Question? Councilor Borgred?
Through you, Mr. Chair. In regards to the swim facility, what impact is it going to have on the existing park? Based on your comments, I believe it was just north of the existing
Tennis
court. So it won't have any impact on the infrastructure already existing there?
Okay, so, pardon, one of the reasons it's located where it is because it's outside the designated boundary for the wetland. If we put it in the existing wetland, the Conservation Authority says to us, why are you putting a wetland in the wetland? And so we have to get their approval to construct a wetland in the wetland. When we move it outside their boundary, we still have to talk to them, but we don't technically require their approval outside the wetland boundary. And so we're expanding the footprint of the wetland. And so that's why it starts where it does. We're not moving soil off-site. And so to the east of that, almost to the horse paddock, there is a little hill that gets created when we excavate the stormwater facility or wetland.
Sorry, through you. But just in terms of the court that's there, nothing should happen to it. Nothing should
No,
change.
it's that grassy
Just-
area from, yeah.
Okay.
There's a couple of trees that are going to be killed with the excavation. They could, yeah, they're impacted.
Okay.
Okay. Nothing further? Great. Thank you, Mr. Marsh. Okay, so we do have 17 delegations that have registered, plus those that may wish to speak that are here tonight that haven't registered. So I just want to remind you that you're not here to talk about your individual assessment. We're here to talk about the report itself. Again, October 7th is the quarter revision. So if council does eventually approve this, we will approve it in principle this evening, or could approve it, not should, could, tonight. Then it would come back for a third reading when, Madam Clerk?
Not until after all the tribunals. Your worship, not until after all the tribunals have been dealt with through appeals.
Okay. So you're looking at November-ish, probably, if not further. So,
At best,
okay.
yes.
So yeah, so tonight, so there's two bylaws that would be, or a bylaw that would be passed a first and second time, then the third one comes back when the quarter revision and all the tribunals are finished. So when I call your name, just come up to the microphone on my right. I'll ask you to state your name again and your home address, and then we'll give you 10 minutes. As you know, there'll probably be more than 17 people speaking. So if you could, if somebody says what you want to say, just tell me it's already been said. We've got that in our notes, and we can take that on as opposed to people repeating the same information. So we'd ask that you bring new information forward this evening, and we'll start with Kathy Kalanick. You're all set to go.
Good. Hi, everybody. Kathy Kalanick, 851 Pinecrest Road. So I'm going to ask questions. I'm going to first start by asking each counselor, have you read the report cover to cover?
Actually, you're here to make statements, Kathy, so we'd ask you to make statements. If you're going to ask about the report itself that either Alana or Mr. Marsh can answer, that's where I'm going to send you. Okay?
No,
So-
no.
Okay?
This is important. If you haven't, no, hold on. If you haven't,
Okay. No more. No, excuse me, no more. I'll ask you to leave. There's no interruptions. Okay? Or I'll clear the room. Sorry.
You call the shot.
I'm the chair, yes I do.
You call the shot. She's asking the question.
No, sorry. No, I'm gonna follow, don't argue with me. I'm gonna follow procedure here. There's procedure to follow, and we must follow it. Okay? So that's where we're going. If you have questions about the report and what's in the report and any changes you'd like to see on that, that's where I'm gonna send you tonight.
No.
Okay?
No.
Well, then I'm gonna ask you to sit
No, because I
down.
called the clerk, and I said, how does this work?
This is how it
And
works.
with regards to questions, and she says you can ask a question, and
Yeah.
then your time stops while you get your answer. My question is, has each and every counselor read this report cover to cover? Because it is important that they know this information. This impacts us severely. And I want to know, I want it right on record. Have you read this report cover to cover? Because I'm going to ask you questions about what's in here.
Actually, your questions are gonna be asked to our drainage superintendent and our consultant here. They're the experts in this. Look at, please, I'm not gonna put up with this. We're here,
How
we're
can
here.
the counselors vote on something if they haven't read or answered her question? If you haven't read it, how can you make a decision on it? It's the lives of everybody that are in this room.
I'm not gonna disagree with you. I would
Well,
hope,
then,
I would
answer the
hope,
question.
I would hope.
Have you read that thing from point
Okay,
A to Z?
look it.
Front to back,
This
more
isn't,
than
this isn't,
once?
I'm gonna tell you now,
It would
it's,
take more than once to read it.
this is
More
not,
than an engineer.
this is not a
Explain it
free-for-all.
to all of us out
This
here.
is not a free-for-all. Okay? I would hope as mayor and as chair of this meeting that all the counselors have read this. But I'm
Well, then
trying,
let's ask them and find out
I'm
the
trying to
answer,
get through-
Mr. Mayor.
okay, one more word, I'm gonna ask you to leave. One more, I'll ask you to leave. Do you understand?
I understand.
Thank you.
I understand.
Thank you. Kathy, let's move on.
With all
'cause
due
your 10 minutes
respect,
is- your
with
10
all
minutes is
due
moving.
respect,
Now you're 10
you
minutes
can't say it's a hope. I hope that everybody has read it, because this is important. It affects us over $15,000 that gets put, immediately gets assessed to
and
us.
Kathy,
it's
I'm
our
not gonna
debt,
argue with you about that.
Regardless of who
We're-
owns the property. You're interrupting me. That debt gets assigned to us immediately. It's our debt, and we have to pay that debt regardless of whether somebody tomorrow owns that property. It's our debt. $15,000 for what? So that's why it's important. I want to know, have you all read this report? Because that's your job. That's what you were voted in to do. Answer the question.
Oh, excuse me. Your questions are going through here. Your
Through
questions
you.
are not going through there.
Okay, through you.
If a counselor wants to add, I'm gonna go quickly along.
If-
Excuse me? Next counselor.
Yes.
Counselor.
Yes, I have.
Counselor.
I read all the a synopsis of it all. I wouldn't say that I've read every single chart, but I've read every bit of dialogue.
Thank you.
Counselor. Roger.
Yes, I have.
Counselor.
Twice.
Yes.
Counselor.
I've read most of it, and a lot of it I don't understand because I'm not technically proficient
That's all.
as the
Yes or no?
engineer is.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Thank you.
so I've
That
got-
sounds honest.
Yeah, so I've. Taking our 10 minutes here. So Kathy, I've gone through it. I've also spoken to our drainage superintendent about the whole process. So yes, I have.
Okay.
Next question.
So, on page 4, it says that changes in land use practices have impacted the drains, and the shift from farming to residential lots affects drains' function and purpose. So I read that it's because of development. You allowed Bell Acres to be developed. Did the city look into the impact that it would have? Because now we're looking at issues with flooding because of Bell Acres.
Can you answer that, Alana?
So the development that's being referred to in the report isn't necessarily only Bell Acres, it's the entire development of the area. As Mr. Marsh stated, And as the previous engineers who had written an Oil Mill Creek report have stated, it's a very flat area. If you wanted my personal opinion, which doesn't count for anything, the entire area should have never been developed, being such a low, flat area close to the lake. The fact that it is developed is what we're trying to address. Once the houses are built, it's our job, or what we're trying to do is trying to protect those homes.
Okay, so who allowed the development? The city. So I would say the city didn't do its due diligence to begin with. And now you're asking us to compensate those that are being affected by your negligence, and this becomes our debt. Okay, just a statement. I guess crickets on that one.
Yep, Mr. Marsh?
That statement is in the report because I looked at the photographs that are online at the Niagara region that show back to the 50s, the 60s, and I think it's 1937. And that's what I was talking about as a change in the watershed. It's black and white photos, but it's largely an agricultural area that over the ensuing 50, 60 years has changed. And it's not just Bell Acres, there are a lot of houses that have appeared on what used to be farmland. Thank you.
A lot of negligence. Okay. Mr. Marsh, when you were hired, were you given a contract?
Yes.
Was it an open-ended financial contract where the costs accumulate?
It's a budget?
Oh, your microphone?
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I was given a terms of reference, and I quoted for that terms of reference a certain amount of effort, and that's considered a budget. Where that effort is wrong for extenuating circumstances, then yes, the costs do increase.
And what is the budget?
I
So we're
don't-
over budget, you're saying?
We had some changes, and so yeah, there were change orders that were reviewed and approved as part of a continuing process to finish the report.
So we're over budget by how much?
I don't know the exact number as to
Okay.
what the change was.
So, like I see on here in the draft report, it was $228,000 for your fees, administrative / your fees, and now it's up to $268 since November.
So those
What's
aren't-
happened?
Those aren't just my fees. There is the surveyor's fees that are included in that. There's CAD fees for what was performed by subcontract by others. And there were changes between the draft and the final. And so those get reflected in the final cost of preparing the report.
So can you explain how you come up with an amount for an assessment? I haven't seen that, how you come up with the figures that you do.
So a cost estimate is based on, in the case of E1, where we're lowering the design grade, and we're going to be removing some trees that have grown up within the drain. I estimate $1 per meter, and I calculate how many meters that's happening to it, and that calculation gives me an estimate.
So does everybody's property get treated with the same value, the same figure, where you multiply their area by a certain figure? Is that what it is? Everybody gets the same?
That's the cost estimate for the works. That's how I total up all the works that I'm estimating what it will cost. The assessment, how I split it up, is done according to the Drainage Act on outlet liability, which is a combination of area and its runoff classification.
Okay.
So if it's a farm, we expect a certain amount of runoff from that farm. And then the size of the farm determines its amount that it's going to pay as a ratio with everybody else's. So the bigger your property is, the more that you pay.
So what happens when you own a bush?
Not very much, but I did adjust the area to represent the wetland as a lower service level within the drain. So you, if I'm not mistaken, Kathy's property was adjusted because there's a wetland on the bottom part of your property. Have I got the right?
Is that the difference between the draft report and this one? That's why it went down?
One of the reasons, yeah. There's changes in the proposed work, so the total cost of things went down, and then my effort caused it to go back up again. So I don't really know which one of those was higher or lower, because all the numbers changed in between.
Okay, so.
Your specific share was reduced because it was adjusted for the wetland portion that's at the bottom.
It says in here that where a property is a wetland, that feature reduces the flow of the runoff, therefore reducing or enhancing the capacity of the drain to improve drainage and reduce flooding. So if you have a feature on your property that is enhancing the drain and is helping, why am I being penalized for that?
You're not. You got a reduction because of the wetland on your property.
A reduction. I own 18 acres of bush.
And a portion of that is a wetland, which, as the report states,
18 out of
adjusts-
28, and
Let him
then,
finish, Kathy. Let him finish the answer. Mr.
Yeah,
Marsh?
the area is adjusted by the wetland, but it's not adjusted by the bush.
okay, have you ever gone down to Vimy Road, Centennial Park
Yes,
during June, July, or August?
July 18th, after the 17th storm, I was in Vimy Ridge Park.
Did you see an algae
20,
bloom?
22.
Did you see an algae bloom?
I have not seen an algae bloom. I was-
Wow. Anybody here seen an algae bloom? It's the mess that accumulates in Cedar Bay every year, June, July, August, and it's severe. And can you explain to everybody what an algae bloom is?
I don't know if I want to wade into that because I'm not a scientist.
Okay.
But it's the presence of cyanobacteria that are always in the lake, but they have a population explosion in the summer related to surface temperatures within the lake.
So,
But they're always in the 1.5 meter water column.
So, I'll make it simple. They're created by the runoff from the farms, from the fertilizers, the phosphates and the nitrogen that they put on. And it comes off the farms, goes into the drain, and then it travels down through the drain and ends up in Cedar Bay. And it doesn't go anywhere because Cedar Bay is a bay and it doesn't have the flow to take it away. So my question is, these fertilizers that create the algae bloom that happens every year, the annual event, what is going to keep that algae bloom from being created in your wetland?
There isn't anything that's going to stop it from being in the wetland because there isn't anything that's going to reduce a phosphate load that's coming from the upstream watershed. And so the benefit of the wetland is that some of that phosphate load will be cycled within the biological processes of the wetland instead of going out to the lake.
How?
Now,
What's
the
going to do that?
Drainage Act does not contain any provisions for water quality. It only contains references to stormwater capacity. So when we talk about water quality, it's something as an engineer we try to improve, but there isn't a way for me to assess the cost for a water quality improvement to the upstream owners. There's only a way for me to assess the cost of a stormwater improvement from a capacity point of view.
My question is, aren't you going to increase the algae bloom not only in the bay, but now we're going to have it in the park? The park where the children go and play, where people go and visit the park. And is that not going to be an attraction for mosquitoes now with West Nile virus?
I don't think the mosquito population, given the size of the wetland north, upstream of there, is likely to change. But the wetland itself has a residual pool that we're expecting, and the plants within that are going to be natural. And so I would expect there will be mosquitoes in the stormwater pond or the wetland. So can I keep mosquitoes out of it? No, I can't.
You can if you don't build it.
True.
Okay, Kathy, 1 minute to wrap up, please.
Okay, well, I'll be back. I want to ask council, you've already set a date for the Court of Revisions. You haven't passed this yet. You know, we had this discussion when I was here last time, and I said, so this isn't a done deal. So now I get here and I see October 7th is the date for the Court of Revisions on a report that is having a hearing that hasn't supposedly been being decided on. How is it that you've already done that?
Ms. Vanderveen?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we tentatively set that date so that we have a date in the calendar. If this doesn't proceed, then that calendar event is not held. Then there is no Court of Revision.
Calendar's that busy? Because I kind of think you guys sometimes take weeks off.
I wouldn't say that. Believe us.
You've worked every week this summer?
Pretty much.
Every week in here you've had a council.
Pretty close.
Pretty close. Well, you probably can look in your calendar and see how many times you've been here.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like you're putting the horse in front of the cart.
Well, we have to set dates,
But behind
Kathy,
the
just so
cart.
people
Cart
can
in front of the
know we're
horse.
leaving tonight, whether it passes or not, at least there's a date set. I mean, as I say, there are procedures that we have to set dates on so many days out, correct?
So last
So
question. 'Cause
there are dates that have to be set, and again, that's in the Drainage Act, so we have to foresee that if we need that meeting, it's got to be set up. It's not willy-nilly done. It's based on the Drainage Act that Atlanta has to follow.
Okay, last question.
Well, actually,
'Cause
you're
your
past.
answer- no.
Kathy, you're past your minute, so I'm going to go on to our next
Questions,
speaker,
answers.
Kathy. Thanks. Kathy?
If this doesn't go through, if you denied it, then where would these administrative fees go? Who would pay those?
Alana?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the city would pay those costs.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the city would pay those costs.
That's right, it wouldn't be general levy,
Yes.
and it wouldn't be ours.
Correct.
And so that is a motivation for this council to put this through, because they don't want to see it on the general levy. They want it to go to us.
Okay, next speaker we have is... Okay, all due respect, there's no more clapping, there's no shouting, there's no cheering. This is a public meeting, this is how decorum works, so we can get through all our speakers here tonight. Other than that, I'm going to have some councilors stand up and recess this meeting because we can't get all the speakers in. Everybody has 10 minutes, and you've got 17 speakers here, plus the people that are here that haven't actually told the clerk they want to speak, but you have all the right to speak at these meetings. So, Christine Allen is online virtually. Oh, okay. We had you down as virtual.
Okay, good evening, Mayor, councillors and staff. I have a question on the engineer's appointment and the subsequent reappointments that took place. So the staff report 2024-141 states the engineer was appointed on October the 28th, 2019. The engineer's report, page 1, under the executive summary, states the engineer was appointed on July 23rd, 2018. So I just need clarification as to when the initial appointment took place.
Thank you. Ms. Vander?
I'm sorry, I don't know that date offhand. Would you? So I can comment on the reappointment, if that helps.
No, not yet. That's coming.
Okay. I don't know
Single
the,
appointment.
yeah, I don't know the initial date. My apologies.
Don't know.
I don't
Okay.
know it offhand, no.
Okay, so then we'll just take it as being the October 28th, 2019 date, as per the report. Now, the engineer was reappointed. Sorry if I call you the engineer, Mr. Marsh, but it's just Mr. Marsh was reappointed on January the 25th, 2022, for a period of 1 year, which would take it to January the 25th, 2023. On the staff report, it was acknowledged that the Drainage Act states a report shall be complete 1 year after the time of appointment was not met. So October 28, 2019 to Jan 25th, 2022 is 2 years, 3 months. Was there a reappointment in 2020 and 2021 to meet the Act's requirements?
Len?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, there weren't additional reappointments. Typically, an engineer is only appointed once. Because of the delay and a comment that were made at a separate tribunal hearing, that's why staff had written another report reappointing Mr. Marsh. The end of the report was in sight versus not really sure where it was at that point. So that's why another reappointment wasn't, another report to council wasn't done.
Okay, so then is the Drainage Act only applicable to landowners and not to the city? Because obviously it's a clause in the Drainage Act that there is a reappointment every 12 months.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So there's not actually a clause saying that you should reappoint. It was a recommendation that we used from a tribunal hearing on another drain that we had gone through. The Drainage Act states that the report should be completed within a year. However, the Drainage Act is relatively old when it comes to that. With the newer environmental concerns, getting a report completed within a year's time frame is virtually impossible.
But it's still stated in the Drainage Act that the appointment lasts for a period of 12 months and it needs to be reappointed. I'll read from your report. In the final report, the reappointment of Paul Marsh of EWA Engineering Inc. occurred on the January 25th, 2022 council meeting. Staff acknowledged that the requirements of the Drainage Act were not completed within the 1 year mark. However, changes to the original scope of work and delays in the commenting agencies accounted for this delay. So either the 12-month reappointment is in the Act and it needs to be followed, or it's not in the Act and it doesn't need to be followed.
Option B, it's not within the Act. The Act only states that a report should be completed in 1 year. But in my report, I stated that due to scope changes and environmental commenting agencies, there was a delay. So that's why we reappointed, which was a suggestion by the previous tribunal for another drain.
Okay, then it was not necessary to acknowledge that in your staff report. That was the reason for the delay was... Why was it even mentioned in the report if it wasn't necessary?
Len?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, at this point, I'm assuming I was just trying to come up with reasons as to why I was writing my report.
Okay, all right. So I think I've established there that we keep being told over and over and over that this Drainage Act applies and there's nothing we can do. It's the law. It has to be applied. Just seems there's a little bit of wiggle room when it comes down to Port Colborne City Council as to whether they follow the Drainage Act or not. So my next question is on construction costs if this report is adopted. I'm going to read from the engineer's report, page 34. As required by the Drainage Act chapter D17, section 59(1), the council may call a meeting if the contract price exceeds 133% of the estimated construction costs. So it appears there's no obligation on council to guarantee the total actual costs of this project do not exceed the current estimate, even if it exceeds the 133%, further burdening the assessed landowners. How do we know how much this project is ultimately going to cost if approved?
Len?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that 133% is when a project is tendered. So assuming we accept you accept the report this evening, we proceed through the process of the act. We go through the Court of Revision Tribunal if there are appeals. After that, the report would be finally adopted, and then we would typically do a tender. In this case, lately, on some of our reports, we're doing our own work in-house. So we do a mock tender internally without going to external contractors. If we estimate that that amount is going to be over the 133% as through the report, at that point we would hold another meeting. Everyone assessed within the report would be invited to that meeting, and we would inform them of what the tender costs would be. If it's over that 133%, then we would basically need approval from the members of the watershed to proceed. If you chose not to proceed, what we could do is bring it to an actual tender. And if the amount is still over that, then we either proceed or we don't proceed. And then the costs of just the report would be assessed to the individual assessed members.
Okay.
And no work would happen.
So then, I'm just stuck on this. The council may call a meeting. May is kind of ambiguous. It's either you will, you may, you won't. It's just the wording that I'm concerned about, because there's no guarantee a council will meet if these costs are exceeded.
Mr. Marsh?
That's my wording. There is a section in the Act that requires council to address a budget over the 133%.
Okay.
The superintendent and I would present that, and they would hear from the public. The Act is written to give the public an opportunity to object if the proposed works is exceeding that minimum threshold for variation in escalation of costs.
Okay.
So I know some of my colleagues have had to prepare reports in the past 2 years because the cost of pipe under inflation has doubled.
Yes, exactly.
And so they've had to prepare a report, go to council, but the residents were still in favor of it. So it's a provision within the Act to ensure that a project can't balloon without reconsulting the landowners.
Okay. So, final comment. At the second public meeting on the OMC drain held on November 27, 2023, in the question and answer period, it was stated by Mr. Marsh that the original petition scope was to provide drainage for the Bell Acres estate. And this petition by the city was needed due to the fact that when the area was subdivided into building lots for development, the city should have mandated the developer to retain a lot to be used for drainage purpose. This did not happen. The city's oversight in ensuring a proper drainage plan for the new subdivision is now causing homeowners in the catchment area of this drain to pay dearly if this report is adopted. The advice given by staff and a council member have been scare tactics that the landowners roll over and accept the inevitable, that this report is adopted. Because if the report is sent back to the engineer for revision changes, it will only increase costs further. There is an option: reject this report outright and implement regular drain maintenance to address any flooding issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Gino Stenziani.
Good evening. I'm just going to put my timer here on so I can gauge how I'm doing. There's a PowerPoint
Name and address.
presentation, please. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yep.
Gino Stinziani, 2591 Fire Lane number 3.
Thanks.
No worries. There we go. Okay. Just want to kind of bring the council up to give them some perspective on what we're seeing from our perspective locally. This is the map that I got from, sorry, I'm going to call you the engineer because it just...
That's okay.
From actually Mr. Marsh, and it shows the low points and it shows where the flooding occurs within the catchment area of the Oil Mill Creek drain. And you can see, obviously, the bottom is the beach. Well, that's going to get wet and it's going to get flooded at times, but you can also see where the blue marks are. And you can see at the very top where there's all those blue marks. And maybe if you go to the next slide, I zoomed in a bit here, and you can see all those dark blue circles at the top. That's in the park, that's Umberstone Park. And you can see the flooding right here, which is right along Vimy Ridge Road and a little bit down on Pinecrest Road. That's where the bulk of the flooding occurs, according to Mr. Marsh's report. And we've seen a lot of flooding here over the years. When there's a big storm, we will literally drive on Vimy Ridge Road, and both of the ditches are flooded, and we're driving on the road, and there's an inch, 2 or 3 of water. Most recently, all of this area has been dug up, and it was cleaned up. And as a result, July 17th, when we had a big storm this year, we didn't see any such flooding. So it seems like cleaning the ditches has helped out and has made it a lot easier for the water to flow. One interesting remark to the engineer here is this particular line here, which is, I guess nobody else is seeing other than yourselves. Sorry about that. It's a little vertical line right below the 300. I don't know if you can see that. I noticed that the water is actually flowing from the property down here towards the road, which means that it's actually flooding. It's actually heading towards the park as opposed to heading towards the West Branch, which to me sounds counterintuitive. It should be heading towards the lake as opposed to northbound. But that's for a different discussion at a different point. And then if you can bring up my next slide, please. So if you look at the red mark here is exactly the picture I was showing you initially where I had zoomed in. This is where the bulk of the flooding is. But if you look at the line where the blue is, those are the properties that are being impacted financially. So if you look at everything that's surrounded by the blue, that represents 9 landowners, and that's 51% of the cost. If you take out the city's proportion out of the 611, 51% of the cost of taking care of the flooding down here, which should be the city's responsibility to take care of the ditches and cleaning the ditches, 51% of those costs are being absorbed by the people that are on either side of Pinecrest here. And you can see, I don't know how well you can see from your end, but the bottom property, $61,000. The next property further up, 44, 24, 19, 17. Just north of the Friendship Trail on the east side, 29,000. I didn't find who the owner was on the east side because the information in the report doesn't give you addresses, so I had to kind of walk around and ask people who was who. 7,000, 15,000 for Kathy, 43,000 down here. And so you can see that although the flooding is here in the red zone, the people that are paying for the flooding that occurs on Vimy Ridge Road, which is the bulk of the problem, is being paid from somebody else. Now, I understand from an engineer's perspective, your responsibility is not to balance the cost benefit as to, who's getting charged for what. Your interest is making sure you're using the best bang of your money or of the city's money or of our money, actually, to make the best impact on the flow of the water. But when you're looking at who's paying for it, to me, it's completely disproportionate and unfair. The people that are being flooded, their bills range anywhere from $200 to maybe $600 or $700. So that doesn't seem to make sense to me. And I wanted to bring that to your attention. Can you just go on to the next slide, please? And if I read page 42 of the engineer's report, it says the principles of the Drainage Act are landowners are assessed a financial share of the cost for the drainage works based on their respective drainage benefits. So the properties that are up and down Vimy Ridge Road don't have a major drainage issue. The drainage issue is much further closer to the lake, but they're not being charged based on their respective drainage benefit. They're being charged based on the fact that they own a lot of land. Some of the land is not being used. Some of the land is simply farms that are rented out, or in some cases just stuff that's overgrowing. But yet, the people with the big pieces of land that are getting no drainage benefits are the ones that are absorbing the cost. Can you go on to the next page? So like I said, it's not the engineer's scope to do a cost-benefit analysis in terms of the overall cost per property versus who's getting the benefit. But 9 owners are bearing 51% of the cost. 9 owners out of 208 residents that are being impacted. I counted every single one of them. So that's why I know 208. And the other question I have for Mr. Marsh is, your cost estimates are based on current estimates? Because you've been working on this for several years. So is this estimates that you made in 2021, 22, and that are now finally, hopefully going to fruition from your perspective? Or are we expecting these costs to go up further due to cost inflation of construction?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I'm concerned about inflation.
So the numbers I was just showing a little while ago.
I've made a slight allowance for it, but I don't know where inflation is going to go. I don't know when this would actually go. It depends on whether there's appeals.
But when did you make your estimates? Based on what costs? Today's costs or 2022 or 21?
I don't have a real variance that I can tell you exactly what this year's costs are like compared to last year's costs. I don't know exactly what that is. I've escalated some of the costs for pipe because I know that has gone up, but the actual excavator removal of soil as a maintenance activity, to the new grade line, I've got the same cost for that as I did before. I haven't varied that.
Next question. So it's fair to say, from what I'm hearing from you, it's fair to say that we're going to be here at a meeting in the future to discuss the fact that costs have gone up more than 33%.
It's possible, but
Yes.
I won't know that till we get there.
So next question is, how confident are you that your estimates in terms of allocation of cost per property, is it plus or minus 10%? If this was to go to a court of revision, how close are we? Or do you suspect there will be significant movement at a court of revision?
On my estimate of costs?
Yeah?
No,
Correct.
not in the court of revision.
Okay. So it's fair to say that the costs that people are being allocated, you're going to be pretty close without factoring inflation. People's bills are going to be pretty close to what you've estimated.
I was speaking with a counselor earlier, and I'm hoping that my costs are conservative, because if we come in less than my estimate,
You're a hero.
Atlanta's doing great. If we come in over, then Atlanta's nobody's hero, nor am I. So we try to be conservative, but in the last couple of years, it's been challenging to be price conservative.
Fair enough. Thank you. And if I could just make, one last comment. I'm sure you probably know, but in the last 25 years, this particular meeting, never has there been city council that has rejected a meeting. It's always been accepted, and it's always been taken to the next level. Never has a city council rejected. As a matter of fact, in speaking to one of yous, it was obvious to me that you've come here already foregone that this is a standard procedure and you always accept these meetings. Well, Thank you.
Be
But-
honest.
No, but
I
why?
come here to listen to the whole thing.
So why is it that never in 25 years has this been rejected?
I believe you're
So
right.
why are we here? Why are we here is my question. Why are we here?
Okay, Mr. Cinziani, that's,
Going to be some movement. What I have seen through 20 of those 25 years is there has been things that have come from the public meeting that are reassessed. They may not be reassessed across the board, but I don't think there's probably a time I can recall that something out of these meetings didn't amend either the construction or a portion of the cost, sometimes back to the city.
But Mr. Bruno, it's not going to change the reality I was just showing. Whether people pay 61,000 plus or minus 10%, plus 61,000 plus or minus 10 or 20% is huge on people's lives. You're here, typically you make decisions that impact cost everyone, but has impact on many, benefit many. Right now you're making decisions that cost very few and that will benefit very few people. It's going to cost 9 people, it's going to cost 9 people their livelihood, and they're going to have to go out and find another job, or they're going to have to sell some property, or they're going to have to vacate their homes to pay, live in a tent, to pay for this, to benefit those few people that I showed you on Vimy Ridge Road. So I beg of you, when you're making decisions for the city, it's one thing. When you're deciding whether you're going to redo a road, you're talking about spending $100,000 split over 20,000 people. That's $5 each. Yes, go ahead and do it because it's going to help 50, 60, 100 people, 200 people. Here, you're charging 9 people $261,000 plus or minus God knows what. It's going to go up, I guarantee you. And who are benefiting? 9, 10, 12, 15 people along Vimy Ridge Road. Where's the math? I don't understand.
okay, thanks, Mr. Cinziani, your time's up.
You're welcome.
Thank you, appreciate
Thank
that. Councilor Bruno?
Mr. Cincinnati, I think you're absolutely right on just about everything you said there, and I always look forward to what you say because it's done with a lot of research. What I worry about Drainage Act, and I don't represent Ward 4, is it is a system that when you only come around every 20 years, everybody gets these giant bills, and if the city doesn't look at it for 30 years, the bill's probably bigger. So to your point, it's kind of a real shock. You don't see that in town. One thing I wanted to say to you, though, that I wish was different, I think your first point up there on the screen was right, but it's not about the scope of work. It's about what the Drainage Act says the proportionality is supposed to be about. I don't believe, and Mr. Marsh or Alana can answer this, I don't believe I or anybody on this dais could change it. I mean, just on the surface, 9 people paying for that, and the people at the bottom of the drain pay a lot less. Whether I think it's right or wrong, I believe I'm handcuffed by the act that says there's a way to proportion this out. And I can't change that. Absolutely.
No, we're on to our next speaker. Thanks, Mr. Stenziani. Yeah. Councilor Bonner.
Sure. So I don't think we should let this sit without Mr. Marsh maybe saying something. So obviously Mr. Sinazzi is an expert in the Drainage Act. He must have read it a few times. So he's alluding to the fact that the people at the top are getting no benefit and the people there. Why are they even paying anything? If you could just allude to that.
Mr. Marsh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Bodner. The Drainage Act, as I identified in the presentation, is based on Section 23, which is called outlet liability and outlet benefit. And within that, I can assess some of those properties that regularly get flooded an outlet benefit calculated for the proposed works. And I would have done that if I could have guaranteed their property wouldn't flood in the future. Their property's being flooded by their own water that's running off from their own lands and everybody else's water that is upstream of that point. And that is the principle on which the Drainage Act is formulated, is an outlet liability to those upstream lands whose water is making its way to the lake and causing a flooding issue for the residents that are between the lake and the water where it's originating. And so it's that outlet liability that the assessment is based on, and that's why those 9 property owners are carrying the majority of the costs, because they own the majority of the land in the watershed. It's proportional.
Councillor?
So just because I don't always get all this, but it's basically the 9 property owners' water that's coming down and helping to flood the properties on Vimy Ridge Road.
The outlet liability doesn't distinguish when water arrives. It's not that kind of a calculation like I have in the computer model.
Right.
It's really just a way for splitting the costs amongst everybody that's upstream of a given area.
Okay. Fair enough.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Eric Reese. Just press the red button there.
Good afternoon, Your Worship. Thank you for the opportunity to speak and address the council. I'm speaking on behalf of a couple of those, particularly those 9 properties as has been mentioned. Your Worship.
Just your name and address, Eric.
So my name is Eric Racy, resident of Niagara Falls. I'm here to speak on behalf of a couple of the landowners.
Okay, thank you.
Your Worship, I just want to address briefly that the folks in this chamber are not a bunch of NIMBYs that they don't like to develop in their neighborhood. They are here because their livelihood has been impacted. And some of them, they get a small amount of money, but they are in here in support of those who are being essentially imposed with undue financial burden. So the first question through you to the engineer, in previous presentation, he had a slide and explained, and I let him to explain to the audiences, that in order to initiate based on a Drainage Act, there are 3 authorities who could petition. 1, 50% of the landowner, 2nd, ministry, and the 3rd was the road authority. Is my understanding correct? What was the initiating process? Who petitioned, who asked for it, so that this process to be initiated through you, Your Worship, too?
Thank you. Alana?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the municipality was the one who had originally signed the petition to enhance the drainage for Bell Acres. There were other reasons as well, but that was the reason for the initiation of the petition.
Through you, thank you to the Supervisor of Drainage. I appreciate it. Correct. So it was the request of the road authority. Normally, based on my understanding, I'll be happy to be corrected. The petitioners have to burden the cost of a study. You can't just go petition and impose the cost on everybody else. This network has been established over a century. And these landowners, they all contribute to creation of it and maintenance of it. Now, the city requests for Bell acreage, as just been mentioned. Whether right or wrong, the perception of the community is the city has failed its fiduciary responsibility during rezoning and during the plan of subdivision to have the applicant to establish appropriate drainage. Now, this was, my understanding was 2003, perhaps not anybody's fault. However, now, in order to correct this, city submits a petition, and then at some point, through you, to the director of, or whoever wants to answer, that why the scope of a study has gone way beyond the scope of the petitioner's original request. On what authority that engineer has been retained to study the entirety of the network? Whoever, through you, Your Worship.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Past practice of the municipality is when we open a report to look at one facet of it, we look at the entire report, not just a portion of it, to address all of the concerns. There were a number of concerns that we received from the West Branch as well, as well as near the outlet where a number of people were experiencing flooding there. So we were addressing all of the concerns based on the initial petition.
So, if I'm correct, and I would be happy to be corrected, Your Worship, the original petitioners have withdrawn their petition, that is road authority. At this stage, what is the legal process for the city to proceed with this if there is no petitioner? I've been told, based on report 2024-1-141, that it says, after most recent public meeting regarding the drain held on November 27, 2023, it was determined by the staff to withdraw the petition and complete swale and roadside ditching on the roadside ditching program. I don't know if this work has been done. I know that the other speakers spoke about this. But the question is that if the petition, what is the petition right now on the floor, legal petition, so we could even proceed with this, Your Worship?
Ms. Vanderbeek?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, inclusive of Mr. Marsh's comments, although he stated and Mr. Rizzi has stated that the petition was withdrawn by the municipality, it wasn't withdrawn by the municipality in its, like, as a whole. The original scope, what we requested was to include a couple of branch drains in Bell Acres, which we are not doing that because we further learned that there were already easements there that the municipality had the authority to go in and address the drainage in Bell Acres itself. So we've not withdrawn our petition completely. What we've withdrawn is the additional branches to be within Bell Acres. However, the additional drainage required for the Bell Acres subdivision is still a want by the municipality, which is why we are, contrary to what Mr. Marsh had even said earlier, leaving our petition to stand.
So if my understanding is correct, this is a top-down process. The neighborhood did not ask for this. There is no petition, it's just a decision of the city. So if this is this, and the other speakers, delegates, they spoke about this. Normally, the cost of the petition, cost of the study, has to be burdened by the petitioners. I can't come and ask, I want to join this club and let the club member to pay for it. We believe that the cost of the study should be burdened by the petitioners, not by the existing owner of the drainage. I will let someone who will speak to that. And notwithstanding of that request, the cost of original study shall be paid by the city's budget. I understand that the city started the process, the city is not able to deliver on this, and we are not here to blame it. But the concern is that if the city was not able to finish its act in time, engineering department has a reserve budget, they have to tap into that budget. This homeowner who never asked for this shouldn't be double tapped. It's like me going to McDonald's, asking for a burger, for whatever reason, they burn the burger on the stove and they call and charge me for 2 burgers. So through you, to who wants to address that, is it reasonable to request, and that's our request, if you did not finish your job in time, the individual homeowner should not be paying for that portion of the study. We would like to see that out of $270,000, any cost based on the reports is up to the state, that needs to be separated. I ask for the council to consider this, to separate that one, take that budget out of this.
Ms. Vanderbeek? I see you writing there, so I'll wait till you're ready. Mr. Marsh?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. The original petition related to improvements related to the subdivision, but the predominant basis of the report is a Section 74, Section 78 report, which is maintenance and improvement. That's the basis for the report being brought forward. The petition was the reduction of 20% of the fees that's already occurred on the basis that the petition for that scope of work was removed. So there has already been fees set aside based on the alteration of the petition. But the basis of the report is Section 78 for an improvement of the drain.
So, Your Worship, basically this is not, if the audience could be clarified, is that because they've been told we have to go through it, there's no way out of it. So what I'm understanding is if there was based on Drainage Act, sure, yes. But this is a maintenance. This is something that definitely benefit. So that's what I'm trying to get at. If the petitioner removed, or now they wanted to have it, I think there needs to be separated to that one. And the other issue that we want to bring to attention of the council is that the report, yes, normally rural regions, they don't have, there's no fund for drainage. But this is what's been a top-down process. This resident, they never ask for it. They are frustrated, and it's a matter of huge financial burden. However, they're taxpayers. They're paying taxes, and those taxes funds the reserve fund. So we ask if the city chooses to improve this project, that even based on, has been said in the previous presentation, the primary benefactor of this project is, frankly, the city's publicly funded property that improves it. If that's the case, we ask the council to definitely tap into reserve fund to help pay for this improvement that the neighborhood did not ask for it. Certainly those nine farms. So that's something I ask the council seriously consider because it's a huge financial burden. The next issue that going back to the outlet and inlet that our engineer mentioned. Even if you take a look at those farms, for example, the challenge that we want to bring is that, and if I may ask through your worship to the engineer, one of these farms, for example, has its own private engineered retention ponds. 3 ponds, in total about just shy of an acre of retention pond with a huge fluctuation. So all the drainage goes into this pond, gets to remain in this retention pond for irrigation purposes, frankly. That's how the farmer actually, where that their drinking water comes from and their agricultural purposes. But the substantial amount of money, all these 9 farms are all better off to spend money and improve the capacity of a retention pond or put in a retention pond. They could put a drainage. They could put a whipping tile that improve their yield. That's what benefits them, not a farmer who lives paycheck to paycheck. Farmers don't make that much money. Farmers cannot come up with $50,000, $40,000. A lot of people are here. Maybe the amount is not substantial for them, but they want to support neighborhood because this is a tight-knit neighborhood. So that is something that I would like the engineer to address. What would be happening when you have a farm that is its own retention pond? Because that's actually one thing that's been mentioned, that improvement. If it's a calculation with outlet and inlet, and these farms, they have their own retention pond, I don't know if this has been studied or not, why should they bill up $50,000, $60,000 if they maintain their own runoff in these retention ponds?
Mr. Marsh?
Mr. Marsh. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And your question goes to a recent report that was presented to council. There was quite a bit of back and forth. They sent it back to me for revisions. They adjusted it through the meeting to consider, and that was the Wignall report. And the dispute was regarding the quarries and their contribution to runoff. And it was increased, and it went to the tribunal, and the tribunal reset it back to my original estimate of what it should be. And so in that case, it has been tested. The quarries detain water and they pump it into the drain. But I had assessed them at the equivalent rate as though there was no pump, but they were directly connected because their pumping rate is lower than if they were directly connected, which they're not. They're a giant stormwater management pond. But they still paid as though they were directly connected. However, that's the standard that we've established, and it was reinforced by the tribunal. In our case, we've identified that there is a stormwater management factor where after the fact, after this schedule has been adopted, we can assess individual properties, and based on them demonstrating that they're retaining a volume of water on their property, they can get a portion of their assessment reduced. That means everybody else's would go up. We want that because we want to reinforce good stormwater practices and to recognize them where they are delivering a real and valid benefit. We have to do a site assessment in order for that to be pre-qualified. And so we're identifying that as a future activity that we didn't have the scope to exercise those assessments as part of this.
Okay. So, Your Worship.
Okay, Mr. Reese, you're going to have to wrap up. Thank you.
Okay, and finally, I just want to mention that part of the proposed bylaws is proposed drainage work was deemed necessary and desirable. If you're listening to the community clearly tells you, Your Worship, and ladies and gentlemen, I'm a member of the council, this is not a desirable for this community. It's an undue financial burden that they have no choice but to seek retention of legal counsel to fight it, because frankly, they don't have $50,000, $60,000, $70,000. And once they go through that one, this means that all the other neighborhoods who get a smaller bills end up seeing their bills going lower. Thank you, Your Worship, for your time, and I ask the council to consider their neighbors here, their citizens. They are not a bunch of NIMBYs. This is undue financial burden. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Reese. Next speaker is John McAdam. John McAdam.
Good evening. My name is John McAdam. I represent property 519 Pinecrest. I originally purchased the property, didn't do anything with it. My brother took it over, so I'm representing him. But I'm familiar with it because I was down there originally when I purchased it and talked to Renee Landre, the drainage superintendent at that time, had discussions with him, so I knew what I was getting into in that area. From a way of background, I graduated in civil engineering. I actually started work with R.V. Anderson in Welland and worked on a number of drainage projects for them. I then moved on to General Motors and became a plant engineer for the next 40 years. I dealt with the MOE, Enbridge, City of St. Catharines, the Niagara Escarpment Commission. So I'm well versed in what Mr. Marsh goes into. And his engineering report was designed as an engineer should. But from a homeowner's standpoint, it lacks. What disappointed me greatly is the lack of information. I was informed when we had the meeting in November that there'd be future consultations. I thought we were going to have some sort of input from the neighborhood to this. But in fact, I don't even know how many people are missing tonight, because I did not know about the release of the report in July. I was not informed about this meeting. I found out only last night and only could talk to people this morning. So I rushed down. So if any of my information is incorrect or it's not as well prepared as I certainly would have liked to have been because of the lack of communication. Because I wonder how many other people weren't informed. Alana, you sent me an email on, I think it was January, yes, that there'd be additional information going out. But nothing came out. I didn't get a thing. Anyways, let's jump right to Mr. Marsh's report. Now, maybe it's changed a little bit because I haven't been able to review your report. But back in November, you alluded that the pond required in the park was really only going to satisfy 25% of the need of what should be retained to help with the flooding on Vimy Road. Is that correct?
I think we've made the pond bigger. We've made the pond bigger since that original estimate. And so I would think it's a larger benefit now because the pond's bigger.
How much bigger?
How much bigger is the pond?
Yeah, than it was before for retention. Because originally, I remember the numbers specifically being 25% of what was required.
25% of what was required.
What you had designed, ideally, to retain the water, to prevent flooding on Vimy Road, and to go out to the lake. And again, I apologize because I have not had time to review, because I only found out about this this morning, really.
Yeah.
So, but at that time, it was 25%.
I'm not sure what the 25% refers to, but.
Yeah, at that
but
time, if I
basically-
recall
basically
correctly, it
the
was.
pond-
Mr. McGee, let him answer.
Basically, the pond starts at above the pond starts at 2.2 cubic meters per second heading to the lake. And it, oh no, I'm gonna. And it's reduced to 1.4. And so I believe that that change in peak flow is the 25% reduction. And that's with 1 cubic meter per second at peak heading into the pond. The pond really works on a volume basis, but based on that volume, that's really the benefit we get, is a 25% reduction in peak flow. And we've been aiming for between 5,000 and 6,000 cubic meters of storage in the wetland area. And that's highly influenced about where we could locate the pond crest and retain water in behind it. And because it fills and empties in the same place, that's a difficult exact spot to know. But we've got the way the shape of it is now, it's at least 6,000 cubic meters.
Okay, I'm going to go back to the November meeting, which council was here for. And I specifically remember making this statement, that if the pond was not big enough, that it was only taking 25% of the required flow, why weren't we taking out the tennis courts, getting rid of the horse paddock, and making the pond to do the job rather than only 1/4 of it? It's like going to the doctor. I've got a huge gouge, and the doctor says, well, I can only do the top 25%. I remember thinking that to myself. Why would we even entertain an idea that's only going to fix 25% of the problem? That one's aside now. You've heard my remarks on that. Next remarks. The removal of the rock on the west main, the west branch, to get rid of the ripples, the water that was being held back. You and I had email conversations about this. I suggested that, one, you're going to add more water down into Vimy Road. You said, yeah, it's a little bit, a minimal amount, and I can pull the email, but I don't think it's necessary at this point. Water was being held back by the rocks, and on your diagrams that you showed, it showed puddles of water being held back. You want to let all that water run down the Vimy Road straight away. That water's been sitting there for, well, since 1929, I think was the first report for the drain. So that water's been up there since 1929. But suddenly, we want to pay $88,000 to take that rock out so water can run down. Now, I know what your thing, Paul, was. That $88,000 is $88,000 worth of rock to use in the pond at the park. Now, that $88,000 that's being addressed to the people on the West Branch, that should be addressed to everybody in the catchment area, not just the people on the West, because the people in the West aren't going to get any benefit from it other than more water running past their property. But you want to charge us $88,000 extra. You want those people to pay more than the rest of the catchment area. Yet that rock that you're going to blast out for $88,000 is going to go down to the park. Hey, gee whiz, that's a win-win. Any comments on that?
Yes. So the rock is an obstacle. It costs more to remove. It's not blasting. It's going to be a hydraulic
Whether it's
ram,
hydraulic rammed, it's still $88,000.
Let him answer the question, please.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But the rock is useful in some places within the West Branch, but it's more of a cost to get rid of it. And under the Excess Soils Act, if we move it outside of the project area, it's more expensive to even investigate that as an option. So it's desirable for us to relocate it within the same project, and the wetland is a suitable place to relocate it, or other places where we can use it in the place of riprap.
But why?
But we're looking for a place to get rid of it, not so much as it's going to benefit some other part of the project.
Well said. I would say the same in your position. However, it's still $88,000 to remove some rock, to allow water to run freely, whereas later in your presentation, or actually at the beginning of this presentation, when you talked about putting in pools and using rock to create pools. But we've got natural pools up there, and you're going to take them out and put them down further, and it's going to cost us $88,000 to move pools from one end to the other end of the drain.
We were responding to complaints about the way the West Branch functions on the upper end above where you are. And the pools are undesirable. Originally, the clay that was brought in was meant to get rid of the pools. And there was maintenance done, but only as far as the rocks. The intention of the rock removal is just to create a positive flow of drainage without backwater effects within the channel. And it is going to work better, but it's the slowest part of the whole system, and it's not going to be a deluge down to the bottom end.
I recognize it's not going to be a deluge. It just seems like a wasteful amount of money to remove some pockets of water that have existed since 1929 and reuse the material further downstream to create those same ripples and ponds as per the engineer's report.
Okay, wrap it up, Mr. McAdam, please.
It's disappointing in the way this has been handled. The presentation to the people of this area, and there's many things I'd like to talk about. Again, 10-minute limit and lack of preparation on my part. But I really think council needs to not rubber stamp this, to just say, no, let's go back and look at it from a fresh start with input from the neighborhood. Because as an engineer, I would have liked to have seen the input of the neighborhood, and I think it's been eliminated and not listened to.
Thank you, Mr. McAdam. Our next speaker is James Kalanick. James Kalanick. No, it's on. Yeah, there you go. Name and address, please.
Jim Kalanick, 851 Pinecrest Road. My wife Kathy will be speaking for me.
So I have some questions for Alana. And I'd like to know, does the city do drain maintenance in a logical, reoccurring, uniform manner?
Ms. Vanderveen?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. A number of years ago, I'm guessing about 10 now, the city came up with a policy, just unwritten policy, that drain maintenance would be every 5 to 10 years.
5 to 10?
Yes.
Wow. Okay, so you did some drain maintenance through the Boy Scout camp this year. And before you could bring in the excavator, you had to bring in a machine to cut the trees. The trees that grew because it's been so long. Like 5 to 10 years is realistic?
through you, Mr. Mayor, potentially in lower, flatter areas such as the Oil Mill Creek, a 3 to 5 year time frame or a 2 to 5 year time frame would be more realistic. However, we were waiting on maintenance until the completion of the report. Unfortunately, the report was taking a little longer than I had hoped, and that's why we had gone in and done some maintenance to address what we did this summer.
Could I have the pictures that I asked to be put up? To give people, oh, wow, they're big. Wow, you're not going to...
No, I can only share one at a time. You need to let me know which photograph to put up first.
Okay. Let's start here.
The first one?
That one there, yeah, sure. So that's what happens after, so I'll back in 2015, the Council of the Day endorsed the Butterfly Initiative, which resulted in the cut back on our roadside ditch cuts from 3 to 2 times a year. And properties such as ours are impacted by the reduction because the growth being cut is now significantly longer, causing the drain, which abuts our property and others, to become clogged and subsequently to overflow onto our property. Next picture. That's our property. That's because the council allowed that's what happens. Because there's the growth. This is what we do. We keep this down. But then there's the brush that they have cut that is long, and there it is clogging up against that stuff there. I'm sure most people here would be happy if the city would just do what they are legally supposed to do, which is maintain the drain.
Okay, questions, please.
I am allowed to make statements, aren't I?
I know, but let's move along. Thank you.
Okay. So aggravating the situation as you travel along the drain, and it even says in the report that part of the problem is neglected vegetative growth. Correct, Alana?
Sorry, are you referring to the report that Mr. Marsh has written?
Yeah.
Or my report?
Yeah, no, the report, it's there.
So I believe that will be a question to Mr. Marsh then.
Marsh?
I'm not sure about the term neglected, but there's vegetation growth, and as Alana has stated, the city is working towards a 5 to 10 year cycle on maintenance, but it's an objective. It's something they're working towards.
Page 4, the drains have been impacted by vegetation growth within the drain banks. So that says to me that it wouldn't be there unless you neglected it, correct?
I don't know about the term neglected.
You didn't do it?
That's your term.
Okay, when you don't do something, are you neglecting an obligation?
Let him
That's
answer the question, please. Thank you.
The municipality is trying to schedule maintenance the best that they can. There's only so much maintenance you can do in a given year, and they're targeting that to the most needed places. Where I saw the needed vegetation removal was in the top part of E1.
Okay, well, I suggest that doing the drain maintenance should be where the city should be starting, not but going to elaborate projects such as this retention pond, which has a significant cost. You start, if I have a flat tire, I don't say, okay, I'm going to go out and buy a new car. Is that not the logical, fair thing to do for the residents of the watershed? Is it not what you should be doing is starting with the minimal actions first, and doing what you are legally obliged to do through the Drainage Act? Alana, both of you.
Actually, Kathy, the questions come to me first.
Through
Thank
you to
Thank you, Kathy.
Through you,
Alana.
through you, Mr. Mayor. So the Drainage Act doesn't state how often maintenance should be done. It states that the municipality shall complete maintenance. Through the Drainage Act, there is also a petition for maintenance, which to my knowledge, the municipality has never received a petition for maintenance. That aside, moving forward, if the report is adopted, we can certainly look at increasing the maintenance that is done. If the report is not adopted and we're going back to the old report, then again, maintenance can be increased. And if you'd like it done twice a year, we can do it twice a year.
That's not what I'm saying. But see, this is where we go, you know, like, I feel like I'm being held a candy here, like, well, if you ask, then we'll do that. But otherwise, you know, this is what you're going to get. If the plan is adopted, if the report is adopted, we will look at regular maintenance. Isn't that what I just heard? I don't know, I'm tired.
We can look at increasing maintenance.
If the plan's adopted?
Either way.
Either way.
If the request of the the watershed is to do maintenance every year, then we can do maintenance every year.
Can we decide that? Can we not vote on that? Please?
Look, I'm dealing with a speaker at a time. Yelling from the audience does not help us. Please, let's have some decorum. Kathy, next question.
Okay, well, I don't know how close I am to my time. But
Close.
before I leave, I would like to ask those in attendance to demonstrate to this council their opposition to this proposed $611,601 plus inflation dollars project by standing up or raising your arm to
Kathy,
acknowledge.
Kathy, no. Questions.
Why can't, as
Kathy,
a
look, I'm trying to get through this whole list. People want to speak. People want to be heard. Let's let people be heard. We don't need interruption. Again, we don't need interruptions. So
an interruption to stand up and sit down after you
that's
have
why
acknowledged?
people come up and delegate. They let us know what they want to do, and then we move on from there. This isn't a free-for-all. So you either ask questions, I'm going to ask you to sit down, I'm going to go to the next speaker.
Mr. Mayor.
Okay?
How will this?
So ask another question.
I'll ask
or
you.
make a comment through myself to staff with regards to this report.
I will ask to you, through you, how will these people know how we feel? Because they've never asked us for our input. So how will they know how we feel about this?
Actually, you speaking here tonight is actually us asking you for your input, and this is what you're giving each council member tonight. That's what it is. That's why you come and delegate. That's how it's done.
But
it's not done as a free-for-all. That's not what this is about. And I'm not about to let that happen. I can tell you that right now.
But there's only 15 delegates or 16. Not everyone here is
No,
speaking.
Kathy, if you'd listen to what I said earlier, there's 17 delegates that put their name in. Plus people can put their hand up and come up and speak. That's why we're trying to get through this as fast as possible so people have an opportunity before the
y'all
night's
know what
over
you gotta do.
so we can speak. Yeah, people, you're more than welcome to put your hand up once I get through 17 people on this list, Kathy.
Okay.
That's what this is all about. That's why and it's a lot easier if you do call in and say you want to delegate so we can make sure we have lots of time here for people. Thanks, Kathy. Appreciate it. Next is Sonia Sowden. Sonia Sowden. Okay, I'll come back. Chris Phelan. Name and address, please.
Chris Phelan, 936 Cedar Bay Road, down in Oil Mill Creek there. I'm not a drainage specialist. You know, I wasn't prepared for this. I really didn't know much of what's been going on here. We had a little situation at our place there where we had a fire a couple years ago and just getting rebuilt and getting back in. You know, I've talked to a couple of the neighbors, got to learn about what's happening. I actually didn't even realize that, I got a big part of this because I've got a 15-acre property there that I'm going to be looking at paying a bill of like $7,200 or $7,500. That's a lot of money, to just ask somebody to cough out of their pocket to cover some drainage problems that are going on in the neighborhood. So, I really thought hard about this and looked at the situation. I've been up and down those roads over the last few years. We moved in 2019. I've seen lots of different flooding, big storms, and stuff coming off the lake and creating damage in some of those houses on Vimy Ridge mainly, the cottages and that along there. And I always thought, well, why don't they clean the drains out here? Why don't they clean the ditches? Like, even though I'm not a drainage specialist, and most of us aren't, we don't even understand most of what Mr. Marsh has got up here. Matter of fact, he's got this screen up and he's talking about it, and we're over there looking at that, and nobody's pointing us out to anything, really. So we don't even know what most of what's going on. But we've all got a little bit of drainage experience. You get some leaves blocking your sewer, and you move the leaves out of the way, and the water flows away. Why are we not looking to try and work a maintenance program? Something that doesn't cost very much at all, and there's no cost to the people, and be diligent about it. When we have storms and changes of the season where, we go from summer to fall and winter, and the leaves clog up the ditches, and before you know it, all the pipes going under the driveways are plugged, and we get a melt-off for a big rainfall, and of course we're going to get flooding, right? Because the water can't get away. It can't go anywhere. If we could even move some of it, we'd probably have a lot less of a problem. There was one gentleman there, I believe it was this fella here in the second row, Louis. He was talking about, that there was a storm there in July or something, and that they live right down close to there, because he said he's down in number 3 there, Fire Lane 3. And he said, that the city came in lately and cleaned up those ditches and did some maintenance, and lo and behold, we had a storm in sometime in July. I can't remember. I wasn't there. I can't say I witnessed it, but I'm sure these folks drove right through it, up and down the road, more times in a day than probably most people even look out their window. And lo and behold, the water wasn't there. The flooding wasn't there. It's something improved it. It must have been the work that the city done. Where they came down and cleaned it up that day or that week or this year. I think I'm learning a little bit about this. I hear this lady talking, Lana here, and she's, we come down, every 5 to 10 years. Well, that's great if you live in a neighborhood where there's no trees. This isn't that situation over there. This is a neighborhood where it's full of forestry and beaches and park there and all cottages. It's like cottage country, really, is what it is. So, that's just my input, rather than me coming up here and yelling and screaming that this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. And I would like to ask you a question, though. How do you come up with this calculation of the amount of water that comes off of one property onto another? And I'll just tell you why I'm asking you that question first, is because our particular property on Cedar Bay, we're up at the top end. We have about 10 neighbors that back onto us, 5 or 6 of you guys, maybe on Highway 3. And then we've got another few that are on Cedar Bay. And it could rain out of the heavens, like for hours. Like we've had this whole summer. If you're going to have a problem and people are going to complain, and like we're having flooding situations, this is the year you were going to have it. But my house, my property, and my 14 or whatever acres we have there, the water doesn't sit anywhere. It doesn't puddle. Because I have this much soil, literally, on my whole property. You wouldn't imagine that. Like you got all these big, huge trees growing, but we're on bedrock. And the bedrock has these these crevices, these fractures in it, that when it rains out of the heavens, rather than us looking at a puddle, it takes it down and right through those crevices and just goes off down to China or wherever it goes, you know? But I'm not contributing to this problem. And I have 10 neighbors that are all backing onto me, and their yards are actually quite sloped, some of their backyards onto our property. But I don't see any of this contributing to a flooding problem in my particular property or the neighboring properties around me or behind me. So I'm wondering how you get the calculation that, you know, my property contributes to this water that's way down the road at Vimy Ridge.
Mr. Marsh.
Maybe you could explain that. And then I'll go sit down.
So there's two parts to this calculation. The first calculation is a computer model, and it doesn't represent exactly your property. Alana assigned me a helper, and we surveyed the ditches along that Friendship Trail, and then there's a culvert just past the subdivision. But there's culverts, most of the water keeps going all the way along the north side, all the way down to Pinecrest. We couldn't find a real culvert that crossed under where we thought there would be one. So the computer model represents your property, all your neighbors, as one area, and I assigned it properties related to the soil type and how sloped it is overall. And the computer calculates what that runoff would look like, and it sends a percentage of the rainstorm into the ground. And that's called the infiltration factor. But for it to represent your cracks and crevices, there's no way I can be detailed enough with the computer to describe that. So I'm trying to do a best representation of what that area is doing. And that tells me how the rain moves off the land, different in some areas and different in other areas, because I try to look at the soil map and make an educated decision about how to represent the rain. But it's all in a computer model, and I set this up and it runs. And then I try to look to see whether the downstream part, the part that's running out, looks like it should look. On the assessment side, I'm really treating all the properties in a similar kind of way, because there has to be something special about a property to reduce or lower its amount of money that it's paying proportional to the amount of runoff it has. So in the one case, the computer program is doing a very detailed mathematical prediction about where the water runs off, and it's on an area basis. But when I'm splitting up the costs, I'm splitting that up to each individual property.
So even though you don't really know whether my property is flat, because you haven't been on it, right? I'm going to assume. You're welcome to come to it.
I think I've walked along the south side of it on the Friendship Trail.
Okay, I don't quite go to the Friendship Trail. I'm right up at Highway number 3, right?
Oh, yeah.
Right, so I'm up the street quite a ways yet. But, you know, you actually haven't walked the property.
No.
Or surveyed it or anything like that. So really there's no real guarantee other than this computer model that you have. There's no guarantee that your calculation for the amount of water coming off my property and the neighboring properties is actually an accurate of any sort at all. It's just basically roll the dice.
It's as accurate
close.
It's as accurate as I can make it within the practice of engineering.
Right, okay.
And
I do have another.
It's better if I do walk the property.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. You're welcome to come. Yeah.
I know, but I can't walk
Yeah.
everybody's property to prepare the report.
Well, I can see and understand that, right? That you probably, it would cost a lot more money and a lot more time invested and everything else in it, right? I do have one question, another one before I do go sit down. Is there any guarantee that your theory and your work that you've set up and spent all this investment time on, is there a guarantee that we're not going to flood out down there? Not me, I'm never flood out, I know that, but is there a guarantee from you?
No.
What?
No, like, no, no.
Why not?
In our practice of engineering, there's always a bigger rainstorm that's coming than the one I did the design for.
Right.
Next week, there could be a bigger rainstorm than what I picked.
Right.
And yes, there will still be flooding because it's bigger.
So there will still be, you can agree, because I was going to say that, you can agree we'll still be looking at flooding down there. You're not going away and
I was
getting
gonna
paid,
say,
you're gone.
You know, the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority has predicted where the lake flood level is for the 1 in 100 year storm. I can design a channel system and a pumping system for the 100 year storm that will put all that water out to the lake. It would be a large number in terms of what it would cost.
Yeah, that's great.
So we try to pick something that's reasonable.
That's very well. Thank you
Thanks,
very much
Mr.
for your
Phelan.
answer. And thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, and one other thing, for the counselors here, I think you really have to have a good conscious mind to make the decision. After what this gentleman just told us, there's no guarantees that this is going to cure anything in our neighborhoods. How could you make a decision that we're going to say, yeah, let's get that done right away? I don't think you can. Have a nice day. Thank you.
Thank you. Sonia Sowden? Sonia Sowden? Here she is. Yep, on up. Name and address, please.
Sonia Sodden, 560 Pinecrest Road, Port Colborne. So thank you so much for being here so late, and I know it's the first day back to school, so it's too bad that we couldn't have this postponed to a month from now when we could have had more people here. I guess I just wanted to express that I feel like the entire process has had some flaws in it, like the approval process and the communication process. So if you guys could kind of walk through your perspective of how you did your due diligence in communicating to all of the stakeholders, including especially the people in your wards that you're supposed to be representing. Because most of the people that we spoke to in our neighborhood had no idea about this. First of all, that it was a project, and second, that it would affect them to such a huge financial cost.
Vanderbeek?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there were two PICs or public meetings that were held. Both of those, or the first one was held via online because it was through COVID and we were unable to have a meeting. The second one was held, I believe, here at City Hall. I'm sorry, I don't know those dates offhand. And then prior to this meeting, there was a notification that was sent to every resident in the watershed notifying of this meeting.
Okay, and how many people attended the Zoom meeting that went on during a pandemic?
Offhand, I don't know. I believe it was possibly 24 at the max. Notifications are sent out, and I can't respond to, or I can't comment on people responding to the letter.
Okay.
We send a letter, and if people choose to read it or choose to attend a meeting, that's entirely up to them.
Mm-hmm. So who pays taxes to maintain and to make changes to the Centennial Park?
Lana?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe Centennial Park, the park itself, is funded by the general levy. There's a budget set aside for each and every park, I believe. Perhaps, is that correct?
So that would be the city as a whole? like it would come out of the citywide budget?
Yes.
So the park is open to the whole city?
Correct.
And that is where you want to put the pond?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, a portion of it, yes. It's not the entirety of the park. It's more of an unused section of the park.
So why wasn't the entire taxpayer base informed of changes being made to the Centennial Park?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it was a decision of the engineer, along with city staff, to use a portion of this park. Because it's not affecting the entire municipality per se financially, like municipal drains do, only those within the watershed were notified of this change. As a municipality, we have the availability to make decisions, best practice, or make decisions on how we want our facilities to be maintained, facility being parks.
Okay. So how was
sorry, and one more. And the Parks Department was consulted with prior to moving into this.
Okay. And so for the information that you're not sure about here, where do you post the information once you gather the information? Like, is it posted in the minutes of the...
Lena?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't take minutes for the public meetings. That's a function of the engineer. The engineer does make notes afterwards. I assume that he would have some comments on discussions that he's had with particular people. We do keep a list of people that did attend, a sign-in sheet, if you will.
So what was the process of tendering the engineer exactly?
Vanderveen?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the engineer or the director of the day allowed for the appointment of the engineer through council.
Okay. And where is his firm based?
Mr. Marsh?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Guelph, Ontario.
Okay. Do we have no engineers that are closer?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there are very few drainage engineers within the province. The three that we have currently employed are Guelph, London, and Kitchener.
Okay. So I guess another thing that in discussions people have been confused about is why you keep on, for all of these drainage projects, approximately half of the cost is engineering reports. So why don't we have any actual competent in-house engineers working for the city, or alternatively making a memorandum of understanding with a different branch of government that's already working, that we know is already familiar with the roads and can help us out? Like, why are you contracting it out?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the way the Drainage Act was originally laid out is that the municipalities don't own municipal drains. They just facilitate the maintenance and construction of drains. Also through that process, the Drainage Act states that we should hire somebody who is unbiased. So if we were to have an engineer in-house, that could be perceived by the general public that the engineer is working specifically for the municipality, not for the better part of the overall consensus of the watershed.
Okay, and so just refreshing my memory, when was the report, like, you gave the job to him? Do you remember the date?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the exact date, no, but the year 2019.
Okay, and then he submitted the report to you at the date of?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, a number of revision, or a number of drafts of the report were submitted to me over in that time frame, set up on how the report and whatnot would lay out, including a preliminary report for a pumping scheme, a baseline report, and a hydrology and hydraulics report. The date of this particular report is June 20th. which I received it just shortly after that date, did a final review, and it was submitted to the clerk's office. Do you have that date, Madam Clerk?
I believe it was July 17th or 18th. It was mid-July.
Okay.
So basically, it's more than a year. So according to the Drainage Act, the engineer has a year to produce the report. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes. Yes.
Okay. So, like, it seems like there's, like you said, quite amount of time. And so, according to the Drainage Act, does he have to be paid since he was late?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't know if that's a specific Drainage Act provision, but as when the municipality appoints or seeks the
Appointment?
no, seeks the services of an engineer, then typically that engineer has been paid. I don't know of any project that we've worked on that we have not paid the engineers to complete work.
But, okay, so maybe we could have some discussions offline, because it appears that from other conversations that have been had that if they've gone past the required time, they don't have to be paid. So, I'm not sure if you've seen that part of the act.
Can you wrap it up, please?
So apparently I wasn't at the meeting, but there was mention of us being able to vote. So I'm wondering at what point that vote takes place.
Lana?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, can you clarify voting, what you're referring to?
Apparently Alana said that, we'd be able to vote on this as a community and as property owners.
Yes.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so perhaps my wording was incorrect at the time. It's not necessarily a voting process. The process that we're at now, where council is listening to all the concerns that are brought forward, council will make that decision. A better term of the voting would have been for petitions, for those requesting a certain thing. For example, pumping. If somebody wanted pumping, then it would be a petition that would be signed for that particular request, not necessarily a vote.
Okay, I guess the impression that was had was that by using the term vote, an actual vote was intended and, planned. So, we were kind of anticipating an opportunity to vote. And it was mentioned that the city would have a greater vote because they have a greater amount of land, but we would still like to be able to vote on this and demonstrate that all of the landowners are against it, and it's just the city that is in support of it.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't know if I can comment more. I don't necessarily have a response to that.
Thank you, Mrs. Snowden.
Thank you.
Next is Kevin Scott. Kevin Scott? Thank you. Daisy Phelan? No, it's on.
Geez.
Name and address, please.
So Daisy Phelan, and I live at 936 Cedar Bay Road. Not very prepared today, because I really only found out about this yesterday, I think. And I haven't read the report, so I don't have a whole lot to say, but what I can, and I really don't have a lot of questions. I have more just a couple of comments from what I've listened to today. And from the presentation that the engineer gave, and a couple things that I found kind of questionable or just disturbing, I guess, was that two of the things that you'd commented on, one being the pond at the park, avoiding putting the pond where there is already a watershed. You want to go beyond it and put a pond elsewhere because you would require then approval from the Conservation Authority, I take it. So that kind of bothers me because it's like you're avoiding needing to have approval from another authority that may have as much knowledge and everything else about drainage. And it was also a comment you made about something about the fish, and you didn't know why some kind of rating or whatever had changed. And I thought, you certainly didn't do enough homework then, because you should know why if it impacts this whole thing like it does. It impacts all these people for more monetary reasons. And I guess lastly, my comment would be that the city, I heard some comments as we were sitting here. One lady nearby said, my ditch hasn't been maintained in, she's lived there for 40 years and there hasn't been anybody there in 20. And a lot of what I hear is that there's been a neglect in regular maintenance of the drainage, and we're just avoiding even talking about it or looking at getting back into some kind of regular maintenance. Instead, we're going to blow all kinds of cash, and each one of these people is being impacted, like some much more than others. I mean, our bill's around 7,000 and something, and there's people that are going to have to pay my annual wage. It's crazy. And in the meantime, I think that you should just be looking at going and cleaning the damn ditches. Like, seriously. It's crazy to go beyond, like, trying that out when it clearly has worked for the people that live on Fire Lane 3. They said that after the next storm, once the ditches were cleaned, that there wasn't this flooding over the roads and all that. So why don't we just try to go back to doing that? Alana, I think her name is, she said that regular maintenance would generally be 3 to 5 or 2 to 3 years, something like that for ditches, but yet nobody's cleaned these ditches or maintained for 20 to 25 years. That is freaking crazy. Honestly. That's all I have to say.
James Vance?
My name is Jim Vance. I'm having Christine Allen speak on my notes. Thank you.
So he's not going to speak then?
I'm speaking on behalf of James Vance. I can only assume that Mr. Vance is not in agreement with the proposal, the agenda that's here tonight, for approving this huge report with a huge financial implication for so many residents, when I think it has been established over time again that if we did regular maintenance on the drains, we can alleviate some of the problem and maybe take a look at doing that before we jump full in into doing this whole work proposal, which there is no guarantee at the end is going to solve any flooding issues. So,
Thank you.
Mr. Vance, I hope I did you well.
Next is Danielle Scott.
Also not here.
Okay. Jeff Stam. Jeff Stam. Okay. Dee Sowden. Dee Sowden. No? Linda Grant? Is Linda Grant here? Oh, here she is.
Oh, no, this is the other one. This is previous name, sorry.
Dee Sowden?
Okay, so your name and address?
Hi, my name's Deb Sodden,
can,
and 560 Pinecrest Road. And I've asked Christine to take
To
it from my
read
notes.
the notes, so excuse me. Okay. Sorry. I might be able to read this. They were once going to use a farm on Cedar Bay to build a ditch and put a pond at the back a long time ago. They cancelled the ditch as they would have to blow up rockland. They cancelled the pond, so it took up too much land at the beach park. All that is needed is the pump to be put back, as they took it out for maintenance and never put it back in place, referring to the pump at the Cedar Bay outlet. That is when the flooding started at Vimy Ridge. The Bell Acres problem is caused because the subdivision was built and they were told to use a lot for a certain retention tank. The city forgot to put in a retention tank. Then the subdivision overflowed with water several times, and the city didn't want to get sued. So they proposed this new system, which would not solve the problem at all. Even the engineers said it may not work. What they need is the water pump to be put back in at Cedar Bay. As the Bell subdivision is now using the drain ditch system already in place, they should be charged back payments on their use and pay for the pond. That won't make a bit of a difference to the system already there, but we need to put the pump back in. And the pump is being referred to the pump at the Cedar Bay outlet.
Great, thank you.
Is it worth speaking on it?
Pardon?
I do have a comment regarding the
go
pump.
ahead.
So, through you, Mr. Mayor. The pump was removed, sorry, I'm going to go back a little bit on that. I spoke with previous staff that were here at the time. I was informed that the pump was removed because the pump had failed. It wasn't for maintenance, it was kaput. So that's why the pump was never put back in. Further to that, the pump was never installed through a drainage report. So if one were to go in, it would have to be through a drainage report.
Okay, thank you. Is Linda Grant here?
Yes. No, I'm speaking to Linda.
There's Linda. Come on up, Linda.
Just stay up there.
Yeah.
My name is Linda Grant. My name is Linda Grant, and I live at 813 Pinecrest Road, and Christine is speaking for me.
Thank you. Okay. Linda's comments. I don't understand why the city took us down from 3 cuts a year to 2 cuts. Only having 2 cuts a year causes the debris to be longer and thicker, which falls into the ditches and it impedes the flow of the drain. Regular ditch maintenance would help in keeping the water flowing in the ditches. I believe in reinstalling the pump at the Seed Bay outlet is a good alternative to all the construction work listed in the report. There is no assurance that even if this work is completed, it will solve flooding issues. Then why do it? Regular ditch maintenance is what is needed. The financial impact, if this report is approved, is very significant and ruinous to me. I ask that you reject this report.
Thank you. Next is Jamie Lundy.
I assume this thing is on?
Yep, it's on. Just name and address.
Jamie Lundy, 2843 Tracy Terrace. I know the last couple of speakers have spoke about this pump, but I want to elaborate on that a little bit more. I do not know when this pump failed and was removed, but common sense would say that if you can't get the water to the lake, whatever you do upstream is not going to work, okay? That pump was put there for a reason back in the day. There's no reason why this pump wouldn't help alleviate the problem. Some fun facts, at the end of Weaver Road, there's a huge pump with a huge outlet that is actually operated, and I found this out by knocking on some doors in a couple neighborhoods. It's operated by a city tractor that goes down there and hooks it up to a PTO when there's a major rain event. I'm not sure if you're aware of that or not.
I am.
Okay. So if that works there, why would a pump not work where we are? At a hell of a lot less cost than putting ponds and all the other stuff. There's also a pump at the Eagle Marsh at the west end of town as well. Okay. So that's what I'm trying to find out is why this pump was never reinstalled. And I don't know what kind of cost factor would to put another one in place, but I think it's definitely something worth looking at, which would be a hell of a lot cheaper than what you're proposing, okay? Other than that, I had a couple other points. I think have already been touched on. Just give me a second.
Jamie, let me have them while you're looking there. I'll have them answer that question with regards to the pump. If you could explain that again, and then if you do have an estimated cost to
Through you,
replace
Mr.
it.
Mayor. So as previously stated, the pump that was previously there was installed sometime in the late 80s, not in a drainage report. Any works that happens on a municipal drain should happen through a municipal drain report. It was work that the city had just gone and done. The engineering and operations staff of the day endorsed through council. It was just something that was approved to help with the high water table. To my knowledge, the lake was higher in the late 80s than it was even in 2017. So we've still not reached that maximum worry level, if you want to put it that way. But the pump was removed because it failed, and it was never replaced because it was never installed under a municipal drain report.
Okay, but would the pump not help?
Mr. Marsh?
The pump does help, or did help, back when it was installed right where the concrete pipe ends.
Mm-hmm.
But since that time, the open channel above it was enclosed in a steel pipe that goes to Vimy Ridge Road. And so the pump suction, the draw, is from the middle of those two pipes. Whereas in the beginning, it was drawing from an upstream open channel area, or close to it. And so the challenge is now is that it's drawing from within a pipe that's drawing from north of Vimy Ridge Road. The Weaver Road system draws from an open channel, and it can have much more water fall into the suction area because there's that whole huge channel above it.
Okay.
So the pump helps, but the way it's configured now, it's a really, really minor help. There's no longer electricity to that
Yeah, I
little
saw that.
station.
I saw that.
We got a quote from Fortis to bring electricity back there. And so to reinstate the pump with a new submersible pump, a new electrical panel, floats, or something level switch that would turn it on and off, it's like $135,000. And so that, for what it would do in the closed system it's operating in, and that's using that 8-inch old pipe, which I as an engineer wouldn't certify that would last with a new higher rated pump on it. And so there becomes all kinds of challenges with that older infrastructure being brought back to life.
Okay, that answers the question. I'm just gonna see if there's anything else that nobody else touched on. No, that's pretty much it. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Jamie. Monica Zebel?
Thank you so much. The microphone is
Mike's on. Name and address, please.
Perfect. My name is Monica Sabo, and I live at 738 Cedar Bay Road. Thank you to all the previous delegates, because everything that you've said, I've had notes on that, and I don't want to repeat things, but I just want to make sure that I support what you've said. A couple of extra little things that I think that haven't been brought up are the billing for, I'm a more recent resident of this area. I've been here for 4 years. And billing for something that should have been billed to previous owners, I think is an interesting practice, and I'm not sure where that came from. And through you, Mayor Steele, I was wondering if Alana could elaborate on, is that part of the Drainage Act, where you actually charge people who haven't lived there some fees that weren't charged to the previous owners?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, our past practice for billing wasn't yearly. Therefore, the most recent billing for this Oil Mill Creek drain would have been catching up for a couple of years. The only way that was flagged, that I was notified that people have sold their property to somebody new, was through a compliance letter. If a compliance letter was requested through the sale, then we would notify the new owner of what the outstanding charges were to the old owner, if you mind my terms with that. Our new practice is that we will bill yearly in hope to mitigate some of that, so we won't have outstanding fees, with the exception of construction works like this, where some of these costs date back to 2019. So those costs won't be billed yearly through construction reports, but maintenance will always be billed yearly moving forward.
Yeah, I guess just a comment that I had a lawyer that probably wasn't aware that in this area, because he's not from this area, that there could be some fees associated with the Drainage Act. So when you purchase something and you don't know about it, so I'm not sure if there's a way that the city can actually inform a lawyer when they call about what the taxes are, if there's any liens on the property, that there's also some extra costs if you move here that are related to the Drainage Act or to the drainage system. And just about the rationale for the billing, it's very complicated. I've learned a little bit more from your presentation today, Mr. Marsh, but I think that it's very hard to understand. It doesn't seem very fair. And I'm part of this community, and I love living here, so you want to participate in things, but I just don't know how that all makes sense and how those calculations were done. That's just a little bit of feedback. And with the wetlands and the pond, my concern is that's going to need maintenance as well, right? So we're having trouble maintaining our ditches. So I think that there's going to have to be maintenance on a pond or a wetland. We're going to have to try to prevent stagnant water, I think, because I think there will be more mosquitoes if we have more stagnant water. And excess soil, I think you mentioned you were going to be putting it somewhere near the paddock, so I'm wondering what that's going to look like. And if there's backflow from the pond, where does that go? Like, where is that water going to be diverted, or is it going to flow into a different area and cause another problem somewhere else? And just lastly, about the environmental impact, so are there going to be fowl or frog issues or other animals that we are going to impact if we build a pond in that area? And is it going to cause algae blooms, or, well, not cause them, we already have them, but is it going to increase the amount of algae that we have on our beaches? So yes, and just in the final statement is just to say that I also respectfully ask all the councils to really consider what the neighbors and the people that live here are saying to us, and reject the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Okay, so that ends the delegations that had called in. I'll start on this side of the room. Anybody on this side of the room wish to speak? Yes, sir. Come on up. And just your name and address, please.
Roger Gray, 738 Cedar Bay Road. Before any of this should have ever gotten to this, should it not have been taken through you guys to come to us, to talk to us, how we can help as our property owners, a large property owner, pond? Why couldn't we supply the pond areas to help alleviate all this problem rather than where it would be my cost? I would put a pond in our property to help alleviate some of the water that's going down farther. Secondly, City of Port Colborne came and did the ditch works. We have about a 3,000 feet of ditch line running across our property. I cannot even get to it anymore. It is so overrun and it's holding water. It's mosquito infested, everything else in there. I can't maintain it. Alana has been on our property and seen the mess that has been left there. They dug this ditch and left everything there, and it's just a bog. I can't mow it, I can't clean it, I can't help the water get through there because it's just a total disaster. Where all these comments are coming about the subdivision that is put there. My property runs right along that. If that ditch was cleared, that water would be able to run. All our ditches, they're running in the wrong direction at our area. From about 4 houses down, the ditch was done improperly. The water came backwards. Put a ditch across the side of the road, on the other side of Cedar Bay Road, into our drain line. Their area has never ever been any water on there. It's always on our side, but they're not being affected by it. If we can't take the water down along our property to get it to the back drain area that runs down to wherever it's going on, it's Leo is the farmer behind us, and that there's a ditch that goes through there, goes down to the lake. 90% of the problem up in our area is my drain line, because you guys you haven't been able to come and clear it, and Alana has been on our property to see it and what's going on there. So before we start spending this elaborate amount of money, should we not be talking to the people that are here, how we can help you guys alleviate a lot of this cost to us, because we are willing to help. We have the land, we can help. We don't need to destroy our parks that our kids are playing in to throw a pond in that probably isn't going to help us, because it's not going to really move the water to the lake. But we have holding areas, we have large lots of land. We can hold some water. And this will alleviate the water that's going to be going down to Vimy. And that seems to be the main area where we're having the flooding, is down in Vimy. We're not really having that much flooding. We're called wetlands on our property, but it's not very wet, maybe for 2 months a year. So, and we've dug a small little area, we've hit 4.5 feet, and we haven't touched rock. And that water is never drained out. So we can hold water, so we can have an area. And I will put pumps at our other property. We had pumps and bubblers and everything else on that. So we won't have bugs. The city is not going to have to maintain it, which this pond that they're talking about is going to be on our taxpayers to maintain all the taxpayers of Port Colborne, because it is a park, a municipal park, to maintain that pond. You're going to have to put bubblers, you're going to have to do something, or it's just going to be standing water. Whereas if the landowners have a chance to give some of our land to help this problem, this is the easiest and fastest way without cost and maintenance to you guys, to all of us. Because this cost is just absolutely atrocious, the amount of the money that's going to be asked for. It's just absolutely nuts. When we know there was a pump prior, when that pump was running, no flooding ever happened. I don't know what the engineer, of course, it's always, this could be this and this could be that. But why would not even be suggested before we have a $400,000 plus that we couldn't put that back in when we see it's working in other areas? Those pumps are working. We've seen them work. We've seen the tractor come up the road, hook into it, and watch all the water go out and drain right down. So we have seen this. Please, as our members, reject this. At least give us time to talk to the people that are here and ask us if we're willing to use some of our land. Let us clean our ditches and that. When you guys come along with the brush, it sits there. And I mean, it sits this deep in there. There's nothing getting through there. Now it's bogged up with all the garbage plus all the stuff that's been left in there. We're not allowed to touch the ditches. By rules, we can clean them, but we can't touch them. Our ditches are so bad, we can't even mow them. So if we all help together, we can change this whole system without being massively charged crazy. And equitably, if everybody said, yeah, you know what, $1,000, we'll get this whole area cleaned up, get it started, and let's go from there before we start going into $400,000 and $500,000 fees. Let's get what we have right now, our ditches, and let's get them cleaned, and let's watch the water flow. The one ditch that you guys did down Vimy and that cleared up, that big storm that came through, no water was going across that road. So it's already proven that. We just cleaned the ditches. Ask some of the owners that do have some land, can we put some ponds in there? And we'll do the work. We've got the equipment. We have the technology. We can follow with whatever the Niagara Escarpment or Niagara people tell us. Hey, this pond can be this big. We'll do it. Save everybody the money. That's all I want to say.
Thanks, Roger.
Thank you.
Anybody further on this side? Over on this side? The first gentleman here.
Hi, my name is Tom Metcalf. I live at 446 Pinecrest Road. And I know you guys have gotten a lot of flack tonight. I want to say, moved to the city of Port Colborne 3 years ago. Really love the town, love the area. You know, was a bit surprised about this whole drainage thing. And, you know, it's a pretty big chunk of change. So if you take that $600,000, that's about $2,800 per household. And I want to say, you know, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. You know, if that money had been spent over the years on regular maintenance, I think we'd be in a better place now. I know I'm probably beating a dead horse. It's been said. But, you know, I just want to get that out there. Couple of questions, probably more on the nuts and bolts of how things are going to work. I know my culvert needs replaced per the report. So I'm sure my driveway is going to be dug up and then new culvert installed and repaved. What exactly happens if that goes over budget? If that goes over budget, am I looking at, you know, instead of $6,000, $8,000, $9,000, $10,000? What sort of happens with the billing there?
Mr. Marsh?
The report states that the culvert replacement, and I'm sorry, I missed your address, so I'm not sure.
446 Pinecrest. It's the big culvert, the 15-meter one. Sort of goes at an angle across the driveway.
Oh, yeah. So that one, it's on a 50-50 basis.
Okay.
And so if it increases by 1,000, it increases for you by 500.
Okay. And so my next question is this billing all as a lump sum? Like I have to write a check, or is there any sort of amortization of this?
Elena?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Past practice with municipal drains is council allows a payment over 5 years.
Okay. Interest, is that like a, 20% predatory loan rate, or is it, what are we looking at?
I don't recall the interest rate off the top of my head, but there is an interest component with that. I think it's typically been 5%.
Okay. All right. That's all I got. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Gentleman in the orange.
I'm a little tall for your TVs here.
No, turn it back on. There you go.
Aaron Petrie, 2921 Tammy Avenue, Bell Acres. Now, there's been a lot of talk about the Bell Acres subdivision having to fit all this bill as if we're the problem. We're not the problem. The maintenance on our ditches is the problem in our particular neighborhood. On the corner lot, we haven't had water in our ditches. We've been there since '99. It's been at least 15 years since either one of our 2 ditches has held a drop of water. 3 ditches. Sorry. Now, 2 doors down, their ditch is constantly full of water. Why? I read the report. It says it was overdug. We didn't dig our ditches. The city came around and dug our ditches. The city should be fitting the bill for that because the city is the ones that caused that problem. And this comes back to what everybody else is saying about regular maintenance. If the maintenance is done properly and not done extensively, maybe we wouldn't have this problem. And then I'm going to touch on the park. I remember when I was a kid going to that park, a certain time of year, when there was a lot of water running through that particular drainage system, it was a spawning ground for carp. I remember going there with my grandfather, rest in peace. I haven't seen carp there in many years, let alone water holding in those ditches other than after an immediate storm. And now we go back to the drainage outlet. Why isn't there a pump there? Why hasn't there been a pump there in, I'm guessing, over my lifetime? It would seem to make a pretty big difference based on what was said about the Weaver one, that you don't need hydro. You can get a PTO-driven pump in there, and even one of us that has a tractor, we can volunteer. We can go down there if there's a problem and hook it up to our PTO, and we can drain that. It's not going to cost a whole lot. If it drains as quickly as this gentleman said it does, that's maybe $20, $30 worth of fuel because tractors are way more efficient than our cars. That's all I want to say.
Great. Thanks, Aaron. I have a hand up over here. Yep.
That was my son. We live the same street. We're on the corner.
Cool. Name and address first.
Sue Petrie, 2921 Tammy, corner of Tammy and Cedar Bay. We're on bedrock. We have 3 ditches because we're Cedar Bay and then Tammy. So my lot has 3 ditches because of where my driveway is. There's no water. If there is water, it's there for a couple days. Then it's gone. There's mailboxes that were put in right at the corner of my lot. I don't think there's a culvert there. There's no culvert. So that's blocking the corner. There's trees growing in the ditch on Cedar Bay Road right at the pole. Trees. They haven't been cut down in years. They have not cut those ditches on Cedar Bay Road this year at all. They're dry, but there's trees growing. It's got to be cleaned up. Like, you can't just expect people to... We're already spending $8,000, $10,000 for taxes. What do we get? We have no sidewalks. We have no fire hydrants. We have no lights. It's very dark. What happens if a water main breaks in town? Do you ask all the people on that street to pay for it? No. So why do we have to increase what we're already spending every year on our taxes? We don't have the same stuff as the people in town, but we're probably paying way more in taxes. Yeah, we have big properties. But, we want to help. Nobody wants to spend an extra $2,500, Some people, what is it, 60,000? What are you gonna do? They won't even be able to sell their house. You're gonna push them out of their house because they can't pay that bill? You think they'd be able to sell that house? They wouldn't. You're destroying us. You got us so wound up and stressed out over this. Clean the ditches, see what happens, and go from there. We don't need all this. Nobody does, right? We can't afford it. We just want to live a nice, peaceful life in the country. Like, we didn't subdivide Bell Acres. Now we're the victims, or we're the bad guys. You know, we bought from, what's his name? Richard Bell. He's the one that subdivided us. You know, like, I've never had water on my property because I'm on rock. But you go down to my neighbor, and he's not. So it's like there's so many different terrains in that neighborhood. And I feel sorry for the people on Pinecrest, too. Like, it's all different. Like, you gotta let the ditches get cleaned and see what happens. And just give us a break so we can stop stressing out. Because you're really stressing a lot of people out. You really are. Thank you.
Thanks, Dave. Yep, come on up.
So, hi, Chantal Young from 2796 Tammy Avenue. So basically, I just want to say the same thing everybody's been saying here tonight. We're all concerned about the bills. One of the big issues that I have is I have a well, so I don't know how that's going to affect our wells. That's one of my questions. I want to know how it would affect our wells. A lot of us have wells out there. Is it going to be...
We looked at wells in the original, so there's a record of where wells are. As far as I know, they're finished well below any surface water impacts, and so I don't foresee any impact on wells.
But there is a possibility that our wells will be affected? As
can't-
far as you know, you can't.
I can't say, because I don't
So
know.
don't say-
I don't even know how
yeah.
deep your wells are.
Yeah.
But my.
So there's a possibility our wells, and then would turn around and have to put a cistern in?
Unlikely.
Another
that your wells would
$10,000?
be affected.
Pardon?
It would be unlikely that your wells would be
So
affected.
can I get that in writing?
Can you guarantee us this?
If my well is affected, I have no water. My main source of water is my well. I have no backup. I have no cistern, anything. So then that means I turn around and put another $10,000 into a cistern? So what do you think we are in this economy? How can people afford this? We're not being asked. We own our property. We're not being asked. Well, is this what you guys want? We're being told, here's another, on top of your $9,000 tax bill, here's another $2,500 or $2,600. We can't guarantee it. It might be more, but yeah, we'll start with this. How can we afford that? We have lives, we work. Some people are trying to retire, some people are retired. We have kids that go to university. Like there's a number of things, like mortgage interest rates are high, food prices, the economy. We cannot afford this. Why do you think we're all here? We don't want to pay for this. We don't need it. The other thing is, I'm not an engineer, but when I walk down Cedar Bay Road, all the ditches, they're all full of weeds and grasses and trees. Some culverts are caved in. So I'm not an engineer, but I know that for flow, for positive flow, you need to clean the ditches out properly. You need to get that stuff out. You need to get those culverts fixed, and so that we can have positive flow. And I can see that that is not happening. Just walking down Cedar Bay Road. I would ask that you guys all walk down there and see what's going on in our ditches. every year I have to complain, can you please come into our ditches? Can you please come into our ditches? So last year and this year, they finally started showing up, and they cut the ditches, but I still have like water and grass growing in my ditches. Some ditches, they don't have any grass or any trees growing in them, no water in them and that, but as you get further down on our subdivision, there's trees, there's all kinds of stuff growing, and water and snakes. I can't clean that ditch. And if they're not coming all the time to clean it properly, then it's restricting flow. So yeah, the other thing I beg of you guys is, like, don't let this go through. Let's get our ditches cleaned and go from there. And bottom line is, we can't afford this. How would you guys like to be slapped with another $5,000 on your after you pay $8,000-9,000 for property taxes for what?
Some people are paying 60, they're going to charge.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying, but on top of your property taxes, I'm there by myself. I can't afford another $2,000-3,000 just to hand out, just because you guys decide that we need to get our ditches cleaned or whatever, or fixed or whatever. That's on you guys. That's all I have to say. Oh, and the other thing I wanted to know is, for the next meeting, if we can appoint our ward councillors for the Court of Revision.
That's assuming it gets approved.
The 2 ward councillors for the Court of Revision.
Yeah, we'll ask for the 3 plus the alternate amongst council, and they'll decide who's on.
So can we get the 2 from our ward?
If they put their names forward, they can certainly go on it.
Okay, so they have to put their names down?
Certainly.
Okay.
You're all set, Chantel?
Yeah, I'm all set. Thank you.
Thanks. There's another hand? Yep, come on up. Yep.
Good evening. My name is Puya Tavakoli. I represent 462 Pinecrest. I just want to bring an example to put things in a bit of a perspective that might help. Last month in the city of Toronto, there was a very bad flooding and storm. According to Mayor Chow's office, the mayor of the city of Toronto, that storm cost the city of Toronto $1 billion. Now, again, according to the city, the majority of that damage happened in a less than 2 kilometers of a span of northbound and southbound highway, which is called Don Valley Park Highway. Some people might be familiar with it. So at least I'd never heard, or I don't know if the city went to those neighboring properties around the northbound, southbound highway, asking for money to come up with the $1 billion damage to basically try to compensate that damage because the city of Toronto collects property tax. However, some people say that the property tax shouldn't be. There are specific purposes for the property tax. Each city decides what source of money is there to basically address the damages or whatever. Even the property tax may not be necessarily the right source of money for the repairs, let alone just, people's cash in their pocket or underneath pillows, whatever. So this is one example. The other thing I'm reading in the report, 2024-164, is that it says that the eligible drainage works costs will be recorded at a drainage account established for the drainage set out in this report. The account will continue to be charged interest at the city's bank prime rate plus 2% to temporarily finance the drainage works until the engineer's certificate. So the certificate of final completion. And then it says the total cost of the project is $611,601. My question is this before the tax, or does that also include the prime plus 2% tax?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, when the engineer was preparing the report, He was informed of the taxes that have been incurred to date. Sorry, the interest that have been incurred to date. So that's inclusive of what has already been incurred.
The 600 and something is inclusive of the taxes.
Yes.
And the other thing is that if there has been some properties that are built on areas such as Pinecrest that shouldn't have been built on, and the city or whatever authority basically miscalculated the placement of those properties or miscalculated the permission of those properties on those lands. Now, those properties have generated property tax over all these years for the city. So this has been talked about, that property tax has been generated on a land by those properties. It's just some extra bonus or whatever that's been basically been funneled through the city treasury over the years. And now that there is a problem, and then there is some money needed for those repairs, then the city comes back and says, well, these are the properties that shouldn't have been built on those lands, and we just, it's your problem, basically. It's not the city's problem. So this is obviously, we're dealing with very, I think, very clear and apparent issues that are, it's just, I believe, to an extent, waste of time even analyzing. It's very clear that the city has to basically help the constituents or the citizens. The other thing is that the title of the report is Oil Mill Creek Municipal Drain. It doesn't say Oil Mill Creek Private Drain System. It's a municipal drain. If it's a municipal drain, and then then the other line, it says the Oil Mill Creek Municipal Drain is completely outside the limit of urban storm sewer. So there will be no charges funded through the urban storm sewer funds. That basically is saying that it is a municipal drain system, but the municipality is avoiding paying for the repairs. The other thing is that why is the city not going through the province, which is the next layer of government, to ask for help? This is an infrastructure issue. Is basically infrastructure. The city, if the city, for whatever reason, legal bills that have been passed before by whoever. Is limited or is reluctant to basically follow up on the cost or to basically help with the cost, then they can go to the next layer of government to help and get help for the infrastructure problem that's in the Port Colborne or a part of this beautiful city. And it's a lot easier and basically much more efficient to ask the province or somebody in Doc Ford's office to ask for that money rather than just like a bunch of people who are just really trying really hard to go forward with their lives and maintain their lives, basically. So these are just my comments.
Okay, thank you. Further questions?
Can I just ask one more question?
No, everybody's had their 10 minutes, sorry. Everybody gets their 10 minutes. We've got to move along here. We've got our rules of order. We go till 11 o'clock. We just want to make sure we get everything in tonight. So, yep, come on up, yeah.
My name's Ariane Sneak, and I live at 799 Cedar Bay Road. I just, more of a statement. I was at a meeting about 2 months ago, and Mr. Bruno, you had mentioned that it would be very beneficial that when we receive our tax bills, if you notice, we do have that regional levy on it. You had mentioned that it would be very beneficial for homeowners to see where our taxes are going for the city of Port Colborne. I thought that was a great takeaway from that because we do pay a lot more taxes, I believe, than citizens in the city of Port Colborne in town do, and I would love to know what portion of our taxes are going where when we're getting these giant bills for this something that it should have covered. That's all I have to say.
Thanks, Eric. Appreciate it. Okay, questions for council? So we're going to move to the portion that we're going to do meeting to consider the Oil Mill Creek Municipal Drain. Yeah, that's fine. Not, yeah. Just, no, wait. You want to wait? I'm going to go through my...
I thought you were reading the end.
No.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Eager beaver. Meeting to consider the Oil Mill Creek Municipal Drain Report 2024-164. Questions from council. Councillor Bruno.
Thank you, Your Worship. I wasn't going to ask this except for the lady that stood up. I mean, through you, so I know our treasurer is in here, Lana. So I've always wondered why living in the city, I'm paying a storm sewer tax on my taxes, and that goes to fix the storm sewer. But all through my years on council, municipal drains, you guys pay for them separately. It's got nothing to do with your taxes, unfortunately. It would be nice if there was a way people were paying a little bit every year, so when these cleanups could happen. Sort of wax a little bit, but I think it deserved an answer, and I think the lady behind might have been asking a question. So, through you to Mr. Marsh. When I get back to those big properties, and a lot of people have said, including Roger, about the whole idea of if they could store water on their property and build a pond. And my recollection of your answer is that they could, and that's a benefit, but then the cost of the drain is reabsorbed by everyone else. Is that fair? Is that what you, in other words, the cost then would be reapportioned. Maybe that's a better way of putting it. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Microphone.
Oh, sir. So
that's correct.
So my question is, though, if those properties put a drain or put a pond on there now, what kind of relief would that give off of the 9,000, 21,000, 41,000? In other words, if people were able to participate in doing that on those, particularly on those high-end properties, because if you have a lot on Cedar Bay and it's this big, you really can't build a pond on it, but maybe your payment is $300 a year or whatever it is. So why can't that be done? And are you too late in the process to do that? And I guess part B of that is, why wouldn't that reduce the cost on the global thing? I mean, wouldn't you be making less clean out of drains, or the Cedar Bay pond wouldn't be needed? So maybe just first, can those people do that? And can they apply then for a benefit which delays this for reappropriation? So just want to get to those 9 or 10 first.
Yeah, so the current report proposes a wetland. It has roughly 6,000 cubic meters of volume. And so let's say that there's 10 properties that come forward before we build the wetland, and they volunteer an equivalent volume on each of their properties. Then we're detaining runoff that would have otherwise run down into the park. So it depends on where their properties are, has an influence. And we can reduce what we're proposing to do in the park. The way this is set up, those are identified not as part of the municipal drain, but private works that contribute to the drain. And what we want is that when they sell their homes, the new homeowner doesn't wipe out the ponds, fill them in, and we lose all the benefit again. And so we have to consider how that would work. And if somebody puts in a pond that over controls, that has more volume than their property, they can't get paid for having the pond. And so there's a kind of a minimum level that they can reduce their assessment by. I don't think it's fair for them to put in a pond and make money from the rest of their neighbors. So there has to be a balance in how this gets calculated and distributed as a benefit within the watershed and how that shares the costs.
So if those 9 or 15 people build ponds, they come to you, they have a plan, this is how much it is, you're telling them how much their property sheds, they build an equivalent amount, will you be able to tell them what that does to their assessment?
Yeah, we'll have a very specific program. And just for the sake of argument, it could cut their assessment in half. Well, that's the thing, then you're making money from the rest of your neighbors.
No, but if we're alleviating the problem of having to dig a pond down at the park, we've eliminated that by putting ponds all the way down along the way. We don't need your pond.
Yeah, no, and I'm agreeing.
Yeah.
So you could
Through the
get
chair,
rid
please.
of.
Hey, guys, through the chair, let's go.
Through the chair.
Please.
You could eliminate the pond in the park, but you can't eliminate the improvements proposed on the outlet or the improvements that are elsewhere in the drain. And those would still be assessed on the regular basis. So there's a limit to what a pond on a property gets in terms of a reduction in assessment for all the water that's in the watershed.
Okay.
So going to zero could be a possibility, but it means that you're now doing a work on your property so that you're not paying for any of the other works of the drain. And so I think there's questionable in terms of whether that's fair.
Right. So how could that, the process of that, getting these large owners before we spend the tendered price on the drain, how could that be put into place with commitments? I would suggest on the future owner, maybe it's put on title that they can't do that. But I guess the immediate problem in front of us with the Court of Revision coming up and the potential approval of this is, can that meeting happen? Can your Alana office organize that with the big ones? And can that be worked on? Because, I mean, 50% or more on somebody who's paying $40,000 or $60,000 is a good chunk of change.
Lana?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. If we were to have, say, 10 people stand up tonight and say, I'm going to donate my land, which would be awesome because in my 21 years of being here, I've only had 2 people ever offer up their land for a wetland, then my recommendation in my report would change, and my recommendation would now be to refer the report back to the engineer to make that change. However, with that, there will be additional engineering costs. So the cost of the report will increase because Mr. Marsh doesn't work for free.
Right. No, I understand. In a perfect world, I'd love it to be us, but I don't know what that would cost to look at 15 people's property and they could decide to offer up. But perhaps you could get back to us if we would defer the report. So I just wanted to get to another question because I know we're running late. One of the things that's bothered me tonight is the amount of people who said they didn't have notification. And I know we use the postal system and a program and all that stuff. So not to say that all properties couldn't have 2 owners in that, but can you give us any idea of how many letters or people on the drain, how many got sent out?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I was working for the clerk's department when I was sending out the notifications, and everyone within the assessed list was sent a notification. So
When you say list,
I had one gentleman who said there was 208 properties that were assessed, then 208 letters went out.
okay. And I guess my last question, Mr. Mayor, is can you explain, Mr. Marsh, this whole difference between ditches and drains? I mean, it seems pretty simple on the surface. Roadside ditch, and then there's a drain, and potentially some of the ditches run into the drain. So I don't know how many ditches are clogged or how many linear feet, but in your estimation, if all ditches were cleaned in a drainage shed, like, is there any way to tell what kind of impact that would have? Like, some ditches don't run into drains, so they wouldn't be affecting the drain, or all ditches run into the drain, so that's affecting this grand number. Give us a little primer on ditches and drains and the interconnection.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, you can't look at a ditch or a drain and tell any difference one from the other. A ditch that runs alongside a roadside is a roadside swale. It's not part of the municipal drain. It depends on the municipal drain for its outlet, and so it's a upstream private drain connection in the same way that a tile from a farmer's field ends in a municipal drain. The municipal drain provides a service to all the upstream landowners that connect to it in some way or another. Some of those connections could be multiple properties away, but they're still connected in one form or another. So that the ditches have, and their status has an influence on the performance of the drain. But the drain is basically a municipal drain as identified under the Drainage Act. It has an engineer's report, it has drawings. That's how it came into existence, and a bylaw. And so it's a legal term. That's why in the report we use the term channel versus roadside swale or ditch or private drain connection. Because municipal drain is a very specific word that means it's been in a previous report. We know exactly where it is. We know its history. It's a legal thing.
So if the ditch runs faster because it's unplugged, it's still getting that water down into the municipal drain eventually?
Yeah.
Where I'm going with this is that, faster running water down to the end there, does that actually clear up this problem, but it all comes in faster down at the end? I don't know.
Yeah, we look at this as a system, and when they're all free and clear, cut down so there's no weeds, no trees growing, it's a perfect system. As soon as they're constructed, they're perfect for a short while, and then everything starts growing, and at a certain time, they're overgrown, and they're still functioning, but not at the original way or capacity. It's a reduced capacity. And that's why the Drainage Act has provisions for maintenance, and why the roads program has a cycle of maintenance that they perform on their ditches on roadside swales. That program of maintenance has a cycle. There's a financial budget component to it. You get to them on a cycle that fits that budget, and it's the same for the Drainage Act.
So here's the bombshell question. You get the large properties to do a pond. You clean all the ditches. Does the drain still need to be done and it costs the same amount of money?
The analysis that I did with the pond assumes the channels are working the way they're supposed to. I'm not negatively assessing the channels, whether they're maintenance last week or maintenance 10 years ago. I'm using an idealized trapezoidal channel. It's not influenced by what it looks like from a maintenance perspective.
So the answer is you still would want to do the drain and all the components of it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Aquilina.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to either Alana or Mr. Marsh. 2 questions. With the pump that was removed at some point, and then people have brought up the Weaver Road pump, is there a difference between the 2 drains as to why the Weaver Road one is functioning well and the pump would not function well with the Oil Mill Creek drain?
So the Weaver Road pump is part of the Beaver Drain system. I'm working on that report as we speak. There's proposed improvements that are going to be presented for that site. That tractor system does work, but it's not a fast response. You have to drive the tractor out from the shed, hook it up, and run it, and someone has to manually close the gates. So there are proposed works there. Originally, it was assessed at about 750, and it's still within that range as the original design from 25 years ago. So the pump is still good. In the oil mill case, it's not the same size of pump, it's not the same configuration. It would have to be a submersible pump, not a pump that's run by a PTO in the current location. In my opinion, the current location is not a good place to put a pump back to, but there are other configures that could work with pumping. It doesn't get cheaper.
And not replacing the pump at the oil mill outlet there, is it because the water levels have lowered so much, or?
It's because there was no engineering report. So there was no way to go out and buy a replacement and have someone pay for that replacement.
I see. And then my second question is to one of the speakers who mentioned grants. Is there any, I thought you mentioned something in the report. Can you touch on that, please?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. When Mr. Marsh was appointed, NPCA at the time was offering, they did have a grant program for creation of wetland. I've reached out to them to see if they're still doing this type of program. I have not heard back a final yes or no, or if anything's available. 2 years ago, the province did offer funding, and it was on their discretion of which programs they offered the money to. It wasn't just an automatic, here, have some money. As far as OMAFRA and the farm parcels, there is a 1/3 grant for those parcels. So the numbers that are in the report in Mr. Marsh's report are not reflective of that 1/3 grant. I'm not saying that the number is still not scary. Yes, it is still a rather large number, but it is still a 1/3 grant from what's in there if it is a registered farm parcel. We are in the process, I am in the process of contacting Ducks Unlimited to see if they would offer funding towards this wetland. I know in past projects that I've researched and been a part of, they did offer funding towards the engineering fee and also towards the construction of. So there are programs out there. It's just a matter of getting the correct timing and it being the successful bidder or successful applicant. Yeah.
And so if we are successful, then that grant money would be shared between all residents in the watershed?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. So if we were successful on one of these applications, then that would be taken right off the cost, and it wouldn't be invoiced.
Okay, Councillor.
Through your worship to Ms. Vanderveen, a lot of the delegates here were saying that they'd like us to refuse the report or turn it down and just increase lot maintenance and do a swim pond. What happens if we were to do that? If it doesn't work, can we bring the report back?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So if you were to turn down the report, you can either, one, say we're rejecting this report and it's no longer going forward. If that were the case, the municipality would be responsible for paying all engineering fees and costs incurred up to date. If you were to refer the report back to the engineer for whatever reason, of course, like I said earlier, the engineering fees would continue to build up. So there's a potential that it would be a more expensive report pending the outcome of what the engineer were either instructed to do or chose to do.
Through your worship, can you just, what's the amount of fees for the engineer's report as of date? Just.
It's in the slide. I'm going to ask him to answer that.
So the total eligible administration cost, the total engineering, which isn't just my fees, it's survey plus CAD supply, $193,854.
That's nothing to you guys.
Okay, thank you. Through your worship, so if we were to refuse it, and that were the case, we would still meet all our obligations under the Drainage Act, correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So if this were to be refused, which is your right as council to do this through the Drainage Act, this report then would kind of be tossed to the wind, and we would go back to completing maintenance under the previous report, which wouldn't address any slope changes that are proposed in this report. I can only do what is in the 1977 report and the 2000 report.
You're all set? Councilor Bodnar?
I just want to pick up on something Councilor Bruno said, and I think I came in on the end of it, so I'm not sure I got the answer. He was alluding to the fact of people building ponds and maybe alleviating the big wetland in the park. But I didn't hear how that could actually work and what we would have to do to make that work. Like, what's the timing thing on this? Did that, I don't know whether you answered that question, I didn't hear it.
Mr. Marsh?
There might be more than one way to do this, but the timing, I think, would be for the report to be sent back for Alana and I to come up with a strategy for including that into the report. And then the report brought back with those specific infrastructures that are going to replace the proposed one that's there, clearly identified. Not necessarily on the main plans, but each property that's going to have it done, have it assessed completely, and have a site assessment to confirm that it's commissioned and working as proposed. So it's not, doing that, doesn't like, to me, that doesn't sound like a short-term thing.
Councilor?
Okay, so you're talking another year or so on, just guessing, I don't know.
And that's why I think Alana and I would like the time to come up with a strategy for how we could most effectively implement that within the context of this report being here now. It's definitely a change, and so I think Alana would agree with me that it would have to go back and come forward with the change.
So were you alluding to the fact, or Alana, that the extra fees that may be incurred because Mr. Marsh doesn't work for anything, for nothing, sorry, that could eat up some of the benefit of the pond thing. So there's credit for the pond for people, but there's a bigger engineering fee. I'm just trying to figure out.
Well, and that's why I think it's a strategy for Alana and I to come up with some balance between what's my obligation to perform and what the city is performing. If it's all on me, it's more expensive than if we balance it between the city's efforts and my efforts.
So then that gets, if we decide to go that route, that gets done tonight. This isn't a committee decision that people would go to and try to get relief by putting their pond on. It's better to have another report done, and it could come to us and be almost the same.
That's as I was saying, I think there's more than one way to do this. You're kind of sketching out one there. I'm not.
The other way is just kill the report and start.
No interruptions, please.
You
No interruptions, please.
You don't have a
Don't,
method for us
excuse
to
me,
have input.
excuse me. Do not interrupt, please. Let council and staff interact here so we can get answers. Thank you. Mr. Marsh?
Under the Drainage Act, there's three paths forward. Approving what's before us, returning it for changes, or setting it aside and starting the whole process over again.
Councillor? Set? Okay, Councillor Bagu?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, just a few questions. I never saw anybody come up here that lived on Vimy Road. I don't know how bad the flooding is in the springtime. I have driven down there over all the years. I've lived here all my life. And flooding does get bad down there. I do recognize we have to do something. I guess Delana, how critical is it for this work to get done within the next, say, 5 or 10 years or whatever years?
Alana?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So we had done a maintenance on a portion of the drain through Vimy Park up to Pinecrest and then a little bit of the West Branch, but it wasn't a complete maintenance. So how critical is this particular report to get done? Perhaps not as critical as doing a full maintenance on the drain and maintaining the drain on a more frequent basis. The reason why the drain hasn't been maintained since 2017 is because we were waiting on this new report. So typically through the Drainage Act, because it's not supposed to take that long, you know, do you defer your maintenance or do you continue to do maintenance? Past practice is that we've kind of done minimal maintenance where we've needed to. You know, I think that it would be a benefit having that wetland, but if individuals are willing to offer their properties for that, then that could be a benefit as well. Now, the downside is that if people are willing to offer their property, as Mr. Marsh stated in his presentation, the municipality didn't take an allowance or didn't accept an allowance for the payment of that land that was technically lost because we can't do anything with it now. That wouldn't be the case, or I can't see that that would be the case for those, say, 10 individuals that would come forward. They would receive an allowance, which would then increase the cost of the overall project.
We don't want you. We don't want them.
Okay.
Councillor?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, also, if these people come forward, we did do these ponds and other work gets done, will these ditches be put on a regular maintenance plan? One that's going to benefit the residents the most? I'm not saying every year.
Yeah, it has to be every
But-
year.
So that would be Mr. Shapowski?
Yes, through you, your worship. So we do have, first off, our ditching program is, Mr. March actually broke out the drains and ditches. Our ditching program this year was about 5 kilometers that we ended up completing with the, in an area that had a lot of culverts. So every once in a while we have areas that are very dense and then areas that are more rural. So last year we did about 10 kilometers of ditching in that area. I know, speaking to Elena, we've put together a municipal drain cycle where things are going to be on a routine basis moving forward. So that'll also benefit as well.
Counselor?
Thank you. To you, Mr. Mayor, one Mr. for our engineer, I didn't like the one answer you gave about the groundwater or the ground being absorbed through the rock and that, because I know this being a Ward 1, that we can go 3 feet of bedrock and you've hit a river. And you can dig a ditch in Pelham, you got 30 feet of sand. So I think there is absorption rates different, and there should be some sort of formula somewhere. Somebody has lots of topsoil to bedrock rather than somebody with just 6 inches of soil over bedrock, because I just find it hard to believe there isn't some sort of
There is.
formula.
It's included in the computer modeling. It's an infiltration rate for each of the areas generating runoff. But it's not included in the assessment, because the assessment is about sharing costs. It's not a calculation of runoff.
Do you, Mr. Ray, should it be a factor?
It is representative from
Okay.
one like property to another like property. But, individually assessing each property for whether there's rock just below the surface, like I look at that with the soil maps, but it's very difficult to assess an individual property from that whole watershed perspective.
Okay, I'm good, Mr. Mayor, thanks.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Elliott?
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to our engineer. Paul, while I don't disagree with your report, I'm not a technical expert like you are. But I kind of like listening to the comments from other councillors. We're having options available to us, I think would be the way to go. I'm thinking more of referring this back to get options. I'd like to hear more about cleaning the ditches and cleaning the drains and getting that maintained, while also picking up on donating some of your land for holding ponds. You involve the community in projects like this, good things can happen. Obviously, the community out there doesn't want what's presented. I'm not looking for applause. Obviously, you've all stated your facts. But I think to give options to council, to choose something instead of one thing that's presented before us, and debate that going forward. I'm trying to wrap my head around what Councillor Bruno asked about cleaning the ditches and the drain. And your response was you would still like to see what's being done, what you've presented to us tonight. And I'm kind of thinking, can't we clean the drains and the ditches, see what impact that has, and then go from there? And I'm asking that from a layman's perspective, but it just sounds like a way to go. And check it out first.
Mr. Marsh?
So I'll respect your answer.
So I'll answer with a specific example of how the Drainage Act is influenced and where there's a limit to what Alana can do under maintenance. So E1 has a drain profile from 1977. And in my report, I'm changing that profile, and that makes it part of a Section 78 report. And that profile is steeper as it approaches the subdivision and, why do I keep Mr. Vander Vaart's field. And that steepness means that the service, or the way it works, gets better. There's 2 culverts. I can't remember the gentleman's farm that it's around, but they have to be lowered. They're too high. And in my report, I specified that they should be lowered. Alana can't go in under maintenance and lower the 2 culverts to a new grade line that's not part of the 1977 report. So it's a small change, it's a small improvement, but it's not something that can be done under maintenance, because maintenance is to the previous report grading.
Counselor?
through the ball. Because I guess it's kind of like you're damned if you do and damned if you don't.
Well,
And that's
Right, a lot changed over there.
we're steered in one direction, even though we might want to go in another. So we're limited to what we can do in the drain. Like you just said, because you can't change
Well,
the
if you're
slope.
doing it to the same way it was done in 1977, I don't think it's really going to make improvements in the way the system works, because that's back to 1977. And so I'm proposing a way that I think will make it work better, and it's not a major cost for what Atlanta would do afterwards. So it's part of a challenge where there are some small benefits in the report that are not a gigantic fee. And so one option would be to restructure the report, take the wetland and push it into a following report, and just bring the bare necessities forward in this report so that you get a new assessment schedule, everything's updated, and Alana can go and clean all the ditches.
We don't want to pay for your fees is the problem.
Counselor?
We don't want to start when you leave your house.
Guys, come on. It's time for council. We've listened to you. Just please sit and listen to the questions from council so we get through this. Counselor Bodnar.
Thank you. I think what Mr. Marsh just said is really important, because we could get those small benefits in a smaller report and still do, tone it down, still get something. Hopefully, like maybe the neighbors will all back off and nobody will want to put a pond in. We don't know that, but we could take another look at it. And if you're saying all the people are against it, there's 200 and some people in the report. They're not here. That's right. And I can tell you that the only thing I'm worried, do you mind? Why don't you just leave or go into the back room so we can speak, please? That'd be really nice. So ever since I got elected in '98, I work for the people that flood, not for the people that are sending their water down and causing the flooding. So I'm trying to deal with this. So I would like those people that are flooding to have been here to tell you that they can no longer get insurance because of the flooding. And will you shut up?
Guys, decorum, please. No more comments. Thank you.
Look, you're going to make me change my mind on this thing, I can tell you that. So just suck it up for a minute. So anyways, the people that are flooding need a break. We can't forget about them. Well, so they're going to come here and argue with you guys? I don't think so. So they are. Okay, fine. let it be what it is, thank you.
Further questions, council? Questions, comments, direction to staff? Councilor Bruno.
Yes, the smaller, the last thing you said, Mr. Marsh, the reduced amount, cleaning the ditches, taking care of the top 15 that are like really, I mean, that's outrageous what they're having to pay. Nobody should have to pay that. So I would like to give relief to that. I mean, I've heard from you this time and other times that these things are knocking off the high points. They're amending, but they're not throwing the baby out with the bathwater. So Mr. Marsh has said that to take care of those 15, clean these ditches and that, there's still going to be a drainage report, and there's still going to have to be a drain cleaned. So I'm supportive of your last point and Councillor Bodner's statement. He's out there. I haven't heard from Monique on that, but you know, every time there's one of these decisions, it's very difficult to make. We're all human beings who live in this town, and nobody wants to pay more. And I think what some of you have to pay is driven by the system, not what we want to do it. You're a fellow taxpayer. We're not trying to make you pay more money that isn't necessary. But on the same token, we should be looking at what you've said, and this carving out a piece to see if we can make this better before adopting the whole report seems like at least a sensible way to try to get this moved forward. And the longer it doesn't move forward, and appeals and everything else, the interest on that 200 and some odd thousand is adding to the bill, unfortunately. But we're between a rock and a hard place, and something needs to get done. So in terms of a recommendation, I'd like to hear what Mr. Marsh said perhaps one more time, if you could, just so I think everybody can at least absorb it and understand it, including the public.
Mr. Marsh.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I was speaking something there that I haven't had the opportunity to consult with my fellow colleagues, and perhaps we could have a 5-minute break so that I can consult with them and come up with a strategy in response to Mr. Bruno's request. I can give one right now, but I haven't had the opportunity to consult with my clients about whether they even support what I'm going to put forward.
Yeah. Council all right with that? You guys fine? Yeah. Take the library? Sure. Go ahead. Thanks. 5-minute recess. Well, we'll take 10. In our procedural bylaw, we need a motion to move past 11 PM. Counselor Hoyle, seconded by Counselor Beauregard. We need 2/3. All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. It's carried, so we can go past 11. Now you can go back to. Thank you. Mr. Marsh.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, with the consult of my colleagues, we would like to suggest that the council revert the report back to myself so that we can perform an assessment of the private contributions of upstream ponds or wetlands or stormwater management features that would reduce the cost of the wetland in the park. But the remainder of the report, those improvements that are proposed, would go forward in the future report that would come back in as expeditiously as possible, given that we need to pre-qualify private property participating in the municipal drain. So the suggestion is that council revert the report back for revised scope to look at stormwater management facilities on private lands.
Okay, thank you.
Is that okay with everyone?
Questions to that, council? No questions? Councilor Bodnar?
So just for clarity, so you take into account what people have said tonight as far as possibly where those ponds could go? And is there an opportunity for people that may not have had a chance, that claim they didn't get notice of this, can they put in suggestions that you guys would look at as far as maybe the placement of 2 more ponds?
So the invitation to participate in this would be to everyone in the watershed, based on what we've defined as the watershed. It's not going to be to just people that were here tonight. We'll invite everyone to participate in some form, and that's part of the challenge in us understanding the timing for when that would come back. If 281 people say they want to participate, it could take us a little longer to do those assessments.
But I think they should have that option if, yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Councillor? So in essence, if that's moved and supported by council, Lana, then the October 7th meeting would be canceled until that report comes back, and then a new date would be set for the quarter revision, correct? Okay, thank you.
Could I make one last point? Is that these new facilities located on private properties are named in the Drainage Act, and they have to survive a transaction on the sale of the property.
Certainly. Okay. So the clerk has done sorry, Councillor Beauregard.
Yeah, through your worship to engineer, Mr. Marsh. I'm just trying to understand exactly what you just proposed. So the most expeditious report that would be coming back to us, that's going to be like a bare bones, like bare necessities?
No, we're proposing everything to be in a new report that's coming back.
Okay, because
There's no bare bones report by removing anything.
Because I think what I was getting from the conversation, maybe I'm wrong, but we were going to do something that was, we have to kind of move forward in terms of getting this a little bit more modernized in terms of maintenance purposes. And that's kind of where I was somewhat okay with this. But if we start implementing some of those more costly and major features, and if that's going to be in this report, that's where I'm having concerns with. So is that the case?
Mr. Marsh?
So there is two paths there, and through my colleagues, we're recommending that we revise the report to pre-qualify the potential benefits of private properties participating and reducing the cost of the wetland. So it's not a bare bones report where the wetland's gone, it's a revision in the wetland.
Maybe I'm just struggling because I was just thinking of, like, you talked about the E1 branch, and it's not involved in the 1970 report or 77, and so we'd have to revise it. It'd have to be included in this in order for it to be maintained. And I guess that's what when I refer to like the bare bones, that's kind of something that I was looking at as what will be there, not including the swim facility or swim pond. Is that still the case, or you're still going to be, so you're including everything?
Yes.
Except for the private potential ponds? That's going to be separate?
That's what would come in with the revised report, is the inclusion of the private ponds and their contribution to stormwater management. All of theirs would be pre-qualified in the next report. Then they would build it, and there would be a certification process to confirm that they said they were going to contribute 1,000 cubic meters of storage. There'd be a confirmation that they actually achieved 1,000 cubic meters of storage.
You all set?
No, we're confused.
Okay. Councillor Hoyle?
Through the mayor, now I'm more confused. So, I think I just need a little more watered down, because for me, I imagine the residents too, I actually thought with Councilor Bogart was thinking was that we were going to get possibly look towards a new report or a referral back to you to make some changes with the new ponds, and then do the minimum that we have to do, and then get back onto our cleaning that we should be doing already. That's what I was thinking in my head. I don't know if, is that where you're trying to get to? Because that's how I was looking at it.
Yeah. Mr. Marsh?
Isn't that what we're saying? Yeah, that's what we're saying. That we include the private ponds, that we can keep the improvements as proposed, that we adjust the cost of the proposed wetland as per the contribution of the private ponds, and the revised report comes forward.
I think I was getting to with the drain part, is that some of the culverts, if some didn't all have to be replaced, only the need be ones, that you point out there was 3, I believe, earlier.
There's 7 in the West Branch.
But yeah, you mentioned 3 that were bad, and one was the residence here that was kind of on an angle down on Pinecrest, I believe.
Yeah, so there's 2 below this the rock removal section that are to be replaced for structural reasons, and there's 4 that are to be replaced with a larger size, and 1 that's to be lowered on the West Branch. So that would remain within the scope of work in the revised report with no change.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Counselor Bodnar.
So if that revised report comes back, we'd be in the same position we are now to either accept it or reject it. I think Councillor Hoyle has a point, Councillor Beauregard does, that the only thing that's being changed really is the pond in the park. Supposedly, if you get enough people, the wetland in the park, if you get enough people to replace that with ponds. Is that kind of that's really the only change, right? So everybody knows that.
Need a motion, guys?
Just one question. How much more is it going to cost us for the engineer to redo this? I haven't heard that.
Council, what, guys, can you, please, everybody's had their chance tonight. Can we sit down so council can make a decision here? Thank you.
But this is a new view.
Okay. So council, what do you want to do? You've got three options. You accept, you defeat, or you refer.
We elected two of you, let's talk.
Let's go. Let's go, make a motion, guys. Somebody move something here. Counselor?
Okay, so I think after all the conversation, I was kind of looking for a little more, a few more options other than just the pond going out. So we'd have to, if that's what some of us were looking for, we'd have to send it back and we'd have to give you direction tonight about what to take out, leave in. So yeah, I was kind of hoping there'd be a little more look at a couple of things that that maybe we've heard tonight without throwing everything out. But so far we're only looking maybe at the pond wetland in the park. I don't know how to word it to send it back and look at more options than just the pond wetland in the park.
Suggestions?
Any of you astute councillors got words for that or what?
So councillor, the clerk does have if there is a referral motion, the clerk has some wording here. I'll read it out. You can add to it. That the engineer's report be referred back to the engineer to consider redesign and or scope of work.
And or scope of work. That's a pretty wide, right? Now who's gonna, I don't feel comfortable telling the engineer the scope of work. That's beyond my pay grade. But I think I was looking for some more things shaved off a little bit that may be able to be added later on or something, but not right now. I think Eric's got an inspiration.
Yeah, Councillor Beauregard.
Yeah, through your worship. I guess my opinion was to get rid of some of those, like the rock, that $80,000 apparently, it's in my notes, 88,000 to remove that rock. Like that's something that it sounds like it's not necessary, but is ideal for your design. So I guess those are the type of items that I'm wondering if we can remove from this report. For some reason, I'm locked out of my computer, so I can't get into the report. But I think we need more time to go almost item by item as to what your report is suggesting in terms of actual construction costs and remove certain items from the next report. So essentially, I was looking for a more narrowly focused report that just does what you said. The basics that need to be done, but what that is just what's needed in order to modernize this report so that you can do the proper maintenance and pay the assessed values for that maintenance for like that E1 branch that you mentioned. That, I hope that is understood. Does that make sense?
Mr. Marsh?
Yeah, I understand that.
Oh, microphone.
Yeah, I understand. But what you've said involves council's involvement in a scope of work revision to the report. And I can't see that happening tonight at 10 after 11.
So I guess through your worship.
Well, unless you really want to work late in the night. I'm here.
No, I was just wondering how can we create a motion, and maybe this is to the clerk to make sure that that is the direction and properly gets done with that intention.
You help Councillor Beauregard with his question?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, can you restate that, please?
Through worship, just so that we can, I'm looking to make a motion in order to have this go back so that the report can be focused more narrowly to focus on those items that are just necessary for modernizing the report in order to get the proper assessments for the maintenance of the ditches and dam or drain. So hopefully that makes sense to you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think that was a motion right there, the exact wording that you had.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Through your worship, I'd like to make a motion then to do as I just said, and I don't want to repeat it.
I'll try to help you here, that the engineer's report be referred back to the engineer to consider redesign and reduce the scope of work. No, that's not what he asked for. It is reducing the scope of work based on those needs that only need to be done to bring the 1977 report into the modern report. Does that give you enough leeway, staff?
Yes.
It does.
Can I ask for further clarification
Certainly.
on reduced scope of work? We're looking to eliminate the wetland. With the elimination of the wetland, there's minimal that we can do for any flooding that happens in that area, which is a concern. So I wanted to state that. I know it's an obvious, but I wanted to state that anyway.
It's fine.
Could we still continue the separation of the reports? So you can still go through that process and then go through a more narrowed report. So essentially you're splitting them. And then we can decide whether or not, whether to proceed with one or both, but at least we have that option to modernize the report. I don't know, this is just, I hate doing this on the floor, but this is becoming increasingly difficult. And clearly, it's not in the, I'm not sure, it's not in the interest of those present anyways to proceed with a more fulsome report with extensive construction costs.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I hesitate against splitting this into two reports. Reason being, it's just going to drive the costs up, which I know is not something that the residents are looking forward to do. If Mr. Marsh has to write a second report, again, his time is worth something and we need to pay him to write that second report. So having an amendment to this report is a possibility in my mind over a second report where it's going to be another large cost.
So in that motion that the councillors put on, we're not asking for a second report, we're asking to consider a redesign and or scope of work. So it really is amending his current report, correct, Mr. Marsh?
Yes, and what I heard in the bare bones is that some things are gonna get thrown out. And those things that get thrown out are then not going to exist, but they served a purpose. And so there'll have to be a restatement of, the service level for the drain, which is fine in a bare bones report. That's kind of the expected.
Okay. Councillor Bruno?
To Mr. Marsh. So it seems to me that the other reason the assessments are so high is this is one of the smallest drains. So, if you had 416 people, the administrative cost of $200 and some odd thousand would be cut in half. But we don't have that situation. And so, where you find the further cuts, my thought was to tweak with Councillor Beauregard, if it still fulfills the purpose of what he was trying to say, is that you're going to do the analysis of the 15 properties and see what can be done there. And the other way to do it is as broad a scope as any other savings you can find without really gutting the integrity of the report. And I'd rather leave it to somebody who's an engineer and a drainage superintendent than me trying to come up with what those things are. I'm not qualified to do that. So that leaves it with the professionals, that they know what we want, but allows them to use their expertise to see what anything else that can be wrung out. Maybe that's exactly what you were saying, but in different words.
Okay. Councillor Bodnar.
Thank you. So, Mr. Marsh, I want to alleviate the flooding on Vimy Road, alleviate the flooding in Bell Acres. It sounds like...
Guys, come on, please.
Who's flooding in Bell Acres? Tell us.
So, but what I'm hearing is that with the cuts, that may not be feasible. Is that a fair statement?
Microphone. Thanks.
We would investigate what would be possible within the definition of bare bones.
Okay.
But bare bones isn't going to pull a whole lot of flooding out of what's there now. It's just counterintuitive to what's being directed.
So, okay. So, sorry, that's not where I want to go. So.
Okay. Councillor Baggy.
I think, Mr. Mayor, through you, I think it's important, no matter what we say tonight, that Public Works makes a plan to get those ditches start getting cleaned out. We prolonged it too long, and they need attention now, and let's not delay that because of what we're going to decide tonight. That's got to be scheduled, and we got a nice ditch digger. Let's get it out there. So, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Beauregard, are you willing to move this, or are you going to or are you guys going to put something else on the floor? Yeah. Okay, council, I'm gonna put a motion on the floor, then you guys can amend it however you want, because we have to move along here. I'll ask for a mover and a seconder after I read it. Resolve that the Public Works Department Report 2024-164 be received. That the mayor and acting clerk be directed to execute a bylaw to provisionally adopt the Oil Mill Creek Engineers Report dated June 20th, 2024, prepared by Paul Marsh, PNG of EWA Engineering, Inc., under Section 4 and Section 78, Chapter D17 of the Drainage Act, RSO 1990. Do I have a mover and a seconder? Then you can make amendments. Something's got to get on the floor.
To get it on the floor.
Yeah, yeah. Councillor Bruno. Yeah. Councillor Elliott. So it's on the floor. Councillor Bruno.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought that the bare bones before, I think we've all agreed about the 15 properties. I don't think there's any disagreement there. So I go back to, I had left it with just that in. If I'm reading the other councillors right through you to Mr. Marsh. So what you're saying is that beyond that, what, the 15, there's no savings you think you can find without taking away the integrity of the report. So let me throw one at you. So if all that water comes out of the ponds, does it make the river, I can't remember the term you used in Centennial Park, can that go away?
So there's roughly 6,000 cubic meters of storage in the proposed wetland in Centennial Park. With what's proposed today. If 15 properties come forward and each of them has 1,000 cubic meters of storage, we're well in excess of the park. But if 15 properties come forward and they can only pre-qualify 1,000 cubic meters, we've only reduced the need for the wetland by a small amount.
Councillor?
So then, I guess that's the kind of thing I was hoping that the 15 acres would leverage other changes. And that's money. And that's what I'm hearing it is. We just don't know how much money, and you're not going to know tonight.
Correct.
And that's why I said any other changes that could be made as a result of it. So I've pushed it a little farther to say that if those properties ponding work and they come out to numbers, then some other savings can be had. I don't know how you can ask for more than that without changing the report and getting into the integrity of it. So I'll put that forward.
Yeah, so I think the referral that came to be through Councillor Beauregard, if you put the amendment in, taking that, they will take the information they've received from all of us tonight, from those that have offered their land, some of them are here, and they'll go out and they'll come back and they'll let us know that. You could be back in the same boat you're in today because not enough people came forward or they didn't want to use their land to build pumps. So that's where you're going to stand. But I think based on what staff and Mr. Marsh have put together with a little bit of change with Councillor Beauregard, moving that forward will get you what you're looking for. You all set with the alarm, Steve?
Been working on it.
Oh, you want the number? Steve, do you want the number? Okay, council, there's a motion on the floor. Does anybody want to amend it?
That is an input.
But I need somebody to put that on the floor. Councillor Bruno, seconder. Councillor Beauregard. So you've got that here, Madam Clerk? Staff.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, before you make that decision, can I ask that staff be given direction as to what we're doing with the costs? Those costs will still be included if we're, like, the engineering fees will still be there if we're referring the report back to the engineer or not back to the engineer. So those costs haven't gone away, they're still there. Is that what we're intending?
Based on what staff said, yes. The costs that are already there are there.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
All right. Does everybody understand the referral? Councillor Bodnar?
Can those costs be dealt with at a committee level? The next,
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, the panelists of the Quarter Revision can make decisions regarding the fees.
Okay? You're all set? Everybody set? Further questions? Okay, as far as timelines, can you at least give us a guesstimate, timeline-wise, approximately?
We discussed a 3-month turnaround, depending on 15 versus 100.
Okay, all right. Just so we know on a referral, just kind of a timeline that's coming back. Okay, so there is no more debate on this? Oh, sorry.
Sorry,
Staff?
one more comment. Can you as council direct or provide a date that the members of the watershed can respond to us by? Or am I intending to send a letter out to everyone in the watershed?
You're going to send a letter out to everybody in the watershed, telling them what's going on, and then you're going to have to put a date in there that you're comfortable with as far as them getting the information back to you.
Thank you.
Okay, for those that are here, you're going to receive that letter. Counselor?
so because we had some people saying that they weren't getting the letters, when do you think they should get it, Alana? And when can they call you if they didn't get it?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I would hope to have the letter written by the 10th, so it's Tuesday of next week. In saying that, it will be in the mail either the 11th or the 12th at the very latest. I will also request that it's put on our website for those that don't receive their mail. But I assure you that 208 letters will be sent in the mail through Canada Post by me.
Counselor?
Good.
Okay. Anything else, council? So I got it duly moved and seconded. You got the two?
Yeah, so I've got the amendments. Now that you took on the very first one, you can defeat the next two.
Well, no, we're going to receive this. That stays in, and then we're just amending the second portion to that motion right there.
Yeah, so the next two recommendations.
So that's gone, and then I'll come back with this one. Yeah, so we're going to receive. So we're going to receive. I didn't do that. We're going to do that second. So the second, council, so the second paragraph is amended to the referral. So we're not provisionally adopting it this evening. We're referring it back. And then there'll be the second motion coming up about who's on that committee. Okay, further questions? All in favor? Carried. So now I need 3 counselors and a 4th counselor as an alternate for the Court of Revision.
We're not going to the Court of Revision yet.
You want me to? Oh, I was just going to get it ready for you. Does it matter? You're going to have to set a date at some point. So we're here. Let's get them down. It doesn't. I mean, we know October 7th is done, but then we're done. I need 3 and an alternate. Put up your hand. So the 2 ward counselors. Go ahead. Alternate. Who wants to be in a bag? I got Bodnar, Aquilina,
I got volunteered
Beauregard.
last night.
I got quiet, please. I got Beauregard.
An alternate?
Is Baggy.
You got a turn yet?
Yeah, you guys told me last night.
Yeah, so that's fine. I got 4 volunteers. You're all set. Okay, you're all set with those 4? If I could have Councilors Elliott and Hoyle move those names. All in favor? That's carried. Sures. No bylaws, right? No, one bylaw. Yep. So council, so bylaw 6.1 is pulled this evening. We have bylaw 6.2 to adopt, ratify, and confirm the proceedings of this evening. Can I have councillors Bagu and Bruno move that? Questions? All in favor? It's carried. We're now adjourned. Thank you.